mikrofonga gapirsam o'chkimkan. Gapirsam xuddi namloq qilib tushuntirib hammaga assalomu alaykum deysiz. Sizlarga endi noto'g'ri bo'lsa, so'rayapsizlar rahmat hammaga. Hammaga rahmat. Munosabatlaringiz bilan tinch hayot kechirishlaringizni istayman. Rahmat hammaga. Yo'q.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon. May we please take our seats? And may I take this opportunity to welcome you all to our this afternoon session of the general debate for the Assembly. We continue with the speakers from List A, and the next speaker will be from Afghanistan, the speaker from Afghanistan, to be followed by Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. به نام خداوند یکتا و توانا. رئیس محترم مجلس، مهمانان گرانقدر، خانم‌ها و آقایان گرامی، السلام علیکم و رحمت الله و برکاته. در آغاز مراتب درود و احترام صمیمانه مردم رنجیده افغانستان را خدمت یکایک شما تقدیم می‌دارم. همچنان دولت میزبان و رهبری اتحادیه بین المجالس جهانی IPU بابت برگزاری شایسته این نشست مهم و میزبانی گرمشان صمیمانه سپاسگزاری می‌نمایم. امروز این افتخار را دارم که به نمایندگی از مردم افغانستان دیدگاه‌ها و نگرانی‌های آنها را در این تریبیون مهم جهانی با شما در میان بگذارم. همان گونه که همگان آگاهند کشور ما در حال حاضر تحت حاکمیتی قرار دارد که برخواسته از اراده مردم نیست. نبود مشروعیت سیاسی، فقدان نهادهای انتخابی و نقص گسترده حقوق اساسی مردم افغانستان با چالش‌های جدی انسانی و اجتماعی مواجه ساخته است. زنان افغانستان که نیم از پیکر جامعه را تشکیل می‌دهند، عملاً از حق آموزش، اشتغال و مشارکت در حیات اجتماعی و سیاسی، حتی از بخش صحی محروم گردیدند. این محدودیت‌ها نه تنها با اصول اساسی حقوق بشر در تضاد است، بلکه برخلاف از ارزش‌هایی است که بسیاری از کشورهای عضو این نهاد برای آن مبارزه کردند. در چنین شرایط خواست من از شما نمایندگان کشورهای جهان، به ویژه کشورهایی که هنوز روابط دیپلماتیک، تجاری و کمک‌های بشردوستانه را با مردم افغانستان ادامه دادند، این است که ما را در راستای تحقق سه هدف حیاتی زیر یاری رسانند. یک، به رسمیت شناختن حقوق زنان افغانستان. از حکومت حاکم در افغانستان خواسته شود تا آزادی‌های اساسی زنان را به رسمیت بشناسند. زنان افغانستان نیز مانند زنان دیگر نقاط جهان شایسته برخورداری از حق آموزش، تحصیل، کار و مشارکت سیاسی اند. توسعه پایدار بدون حضور فعال زنان ممکن نیست. دو، قدردانی از حمایت‌های بین‌المللی و درخواست همکاری‌های بیشتر برای صلح و توسعه افغانستان. در دو دهه گذشته حضور جامعه جهانی به ویژه نیروهای بین‌المللی ناتو و ایالات متحده آمریکا نقش مهم در فراهمسازی زمینه‌های رشد و توسعه در افغانستان ایفا کرد. در این مدت افغانستان شاهد پیشرفت‌های در بخش‌های کلیدی چون آموزش، بهداشت، زیرساخت‌ها، آزادی رسانه‌ها و مشارکت زنان در عرصه‌های اجتماعی و سیاسی بود. این دستاوردها بدون حمایت سخاوتمندانه جامعه جهانی ممکن نبود و ما از این همکاری‌ها صمیمانه قدردانی می‌کنیم. هرچند متاسفانه به دلیل مجموعه چالش‌های داخلی و منطقه‌ای دولت منتخب افغانستان دوام نیافت، اما ما با این باوریم که مسیر آینده باید بر اساس تجربه‌های گذشته همکاری صادقانه و احترام به اراده ملت افغانستان باز تعریف شود. امروز بیش از هر زمان دیگر نیاز است که حمایت جامعه بین‌المللی در راستای تقویت صلح، ثبات و روند سیاسی فراگیر ادامه یابد. 3.5 سال گذشته فرصت خوبی برای طالبان بود تا بتوانند در کنار مردم افغانستان زمینه اتحاد و عدالت را مهیا کنند. تقاضای من از جامعه جهانی این است تا با وارد کردن فشارهای حداکثری طالبان را وادار به تامین حقوق اساسی مردم نمایند. در پایان از شما به ویژه ایالات متحده آمریکا و جامعه جهانی خواهش می‌کنم که افغانستان را یک بار دیگر به یاد فراموشی نسپارند تا حوادث تلخ تروریستی دوباره در نقاط مختلف دنیا تکرار شود. با حمایت‌های خود افغانستان را در مسیر مردم سالاری و بازسازی یاری دهید. تجربه‌های گذشته نشان داده که همکاری‌های بین‌المللی می‌تواند در بهبود وضعیت کشور ما نقش مؤثری ایفا کند. به ویژه در زمینه حقوق بشر، آموزش و مشارکت زنان. ما به حمایت شما نیاز داریم تا افغانستان به کشور امن و دموکراتیک تبدیل شود. من نیز با تمام توان آماده‌ام که در کنار ایالات متحده آمریکا و جامعه جهانی برای آینده بهتر با ثبات و صلح پایدار در افغانستان همکاری نمایم. بیایید با هم برای آینده بهتر و روشن‌تر برای مردم افغانستان تلاش کنیم. تشکر از توجهتان.
Thank you very much. The next speaker from list B will be the speaker from the Democratic Republic of Congo. You have the floor. To be followed by the Arab Parliament. Thank you. Apologies, we'll hear the speaker from the Arab Parliament, to be followed by Democratic Republic of Congo.
أصحاب المعالي رؤساء البرلمانات ورؤساء الوفود البرلمانية، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أتوجه إليكم جميعاً بخالص التحية والتقدير، معرباً عن سعادتي بالمشاركة الأولى لي في اجتماعات الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي بعد تشرفي برئاسة البرلمان العربي. وأود في مستهل كلمتي أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر وعظيم التقدير إلى برلمان جمهورية أوزباكستان على حسن الاستقبال والتنظيم الجيد لهذه الاجتماعات. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، لا يختلف اثنان على أن التنمية والعدالة الاجتماعية أصبحت ضرورات حتمية لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة في مفهومها الشامل وبناء مجتمعات عادلة، وتزداد الحاجة إليها الآن أكثر من أي وقت مضى، لا سيما في زيادة الفجوات وانعدام المساواة سواء داخل المجتمع الواحد أو فيما بين الدول أيضاً. وكما جاء في المذكرة المفاهيمية الشارحة لموضوع المناقشة العامة لهذه الدورة، فإن المجتمع الدولي في حاجة ماسة إلى عقد اجتماعي جديد تتحقق فيه التنمية والعدالة لجميع الدول، ونعالج من خلاله الفجوات الآخذة في الاتساع بين دول العالم النامي والدول الغنية، خاصة في مجال التنمية. ولكن التساؤل الذي يفرض نفسه علينا جميعاً: كيف يمكننا تحقيق التنمية والعدالة الاجتماعية على المستوى الدولي وما يزال هناك شعب يعاني من أطول وأخطر احتلال عرفه التاريخ الحديث؟ وأتحدث هنا عن الشعب الفلسطيني الذي يواجه حرب إبادة جماعية ومجازر وحشية راح ضحيتها حتى الآن أكثر من 50,000 شهيد، معظمهم من النساء والأطفال، فضلاً عن آلاف المفقودين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، عندما نتحدث اليوم عن تحقيق التنمية والعدالة الاجتماعية للشعب الفلسطيني، فربما يكون ذلك من قبيل الرفاهية، لأننا أمام شعب يفتقد إلى أبسط أسباب البقاء على قيد الحياة، خاصة مع تعمد كيان الاحتلال الغاشم أن يفرض على الشعب الفلسطيني أما الموت قصفاً وجوعاً أو التهجير وترك وطنه وأرضه التاريخية، وكلاهما يمثلون جريمة ضد الإنسانية. إن ما يقوم به كيان الاحتلال من جرائم في دولة فلسطين فاق ما تقوم به أخطر التنظيمات الإرهابية في العالم، وإننا كبرلمانيين ممثلين لشعوب العالم الحر مطالبون بأن نتحمل مسؤولياتنا وأن نكسر حالة الصمت الدولي المخزي تجاه ما يتعرض له الشعبي الفلسطيني من فظاعة. من فظائع لم يعرف التاريخ الحديث مثيلا لها. إن أقل ما يمكن أن نقوم به اليوم هو أن يصدر عن اجتماعنا هذا نداء برلماني عالمي نرفض فيه وندين الجرائم الإرهابية التي يقوم بها كيان الاحتلال بحق المدنيين من أبناء الشعب الفلسطيني، ودعم حقه في الحياة وفي الحفاظ على أرضه. وأؤكد أن الانتصار للحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني قبل أن يكون التزاماً سياسياً تفرضه كافة المواثيق والأعراف الدولية، فهو واجب إنساني وأخلاقي تجاه شعب له الحق مثل باقي شعوب العالم في الحياة أمناً وحراً ومستقراً. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، قبل أن أختتم كلمتي أود التأكيد على أن كافة الأحداث التي شهدتها منطقة الشرق الأوسط منذ ما يزيد على 7 عقود قد أثبتت أن التوصل إلى حل عادل وشامل للقضية الفلسطينية على أساس إقامة الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية هو المدخل الوحيد لتحقيق الأمن والاستقرار والسلام في المنطقة، وأن أي محاولات للالتفاف على هذا الحل سيكون مصيرها الفشل ولن تقود إلا لمزيد من الفوضى وعدم الاستقرار. أشكركم على حسن الاستماع، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much. The next speaker from list B, 5 minutes, the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Madame la Présidente de l'Union interparlementaire, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidents des Parlements, honorables parlementaires, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est pour moi un immense honneur de m'adresser au nom du peuple de la République démocratique du Congo à cette auguste assemblée réunie ici à Tashkent, cette belle ville, capitale de la République d'Uzbekistan. Le thème retenu pour cette année, à savoir l'action parlementaire en faveur du développement social et de la justice sociale, résonne parfaitement avec les défis et les aspirations profondes du peuple congolais que j'ai l'honneur de représenter ici. C'est dans cette optique que la République démocratique du Congo ne cesse de s'investir pour améliorer le bien-être de son peuple à travers le vote des lois visant à garantir le développement social et la justice distributive, matérialisée par la gratuité de l'enseignement de base, la couverture santé universelle, le programme de développement de 145 territoires. De même, la République démocratique du pays très accueillant et ouvert, où il fait beau vivre au milieu d'un peuple épris de paix, de justice et de progrès social, caractérisé par une hospitalité à nul autre pareille, a toujours cherché à développer une politique de coopération gagnant-gagnant avec ses 9 voisins. Pourtant, mon pays est aujourd'hui, pour une énième fois, victime d'une agression extérieure injuste, cruelle et persistante depuis plus de 3 décennies, qu'il ne cesse d'endurer les affres d'une guerre imposée, alimentée et soutenue par des pays voisins, en particulier le Rwanda, avec son régime actuel. Pour soutenir son agression et saper les efforts de développement, de paix et de justice sociale que la République démocratique du Congo veut bâtir, le régime du Rwanda, qui s'est caché depuis des décennies derrière des troupes armées prétendus locaux, a vu ces masques tomber avec l'entrée au grand jour de ces forces spéciales lourdement armées sur le territoire congolais, notamment dans les provinces du Nord et du Sud Kivu, non pas sous prétexte de traquer ses compatriotes FDLR, narratif désormais inconsommable, mais pour causer la mort, les viols, les pillages et la désolation parmi les populations civiles congolaises. Il est dénombré à présent plus de 10 millions de morts, plus de 10 millions de morts et plus de 6 millions de déplacés internes, nombre qui continue d'accroître au jour le jour. Distingués collègues, vous conviendrez avec moi que la paix et la justice sont le socle du développement social. Comment parler du développement et de justice sociale lorsque les viols et les violences basées sur le genre sont érigées en armes de guerre, lorsque les richesses du sol et du sous-sol sont pillées et vendues impunément sur le marché international dans une indifférence qui frise la complicité de la communauté internationale, comme c'est le cas dans mon pays. C'est ici l'occasion pour moi d'inviter l'Union interparlementaire à soutenir la résolution 2773 du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies condamnant fermement le Rwanda qui soutient le M23 ainsi que les sanctions de l'Union européenne et des autres pays épris de paix et de justice contre les auteurs de ces crimes. Je profite du haut de cette tribune pour saluer la diplomatie agissante de son Excellence Félix-Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, président de la République démocratique du Congo, chef de l'État, laquelle a permis d'atteindre les résultats si haut évoqués. Mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais vous inviter, distingués collègues, à vous joindre à nous dans cette lutte pour le développement social et la justice sociale de mon pays, car dans toute société fondée sur des valeurs républicaines en plein XXIe siècle, la force du droit doit primer sur la loi de la jungle. Et ce droit ne peut être garanti que si la paix est réelle, si la sécurité est assurée et si la solidarité internationale dépasse les mots pour devenir action. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, to be followed by Lithuania.
의장 선생, 나는 먼저 이번 총회의 성과적 개최를 위하여 성의 있는 노력을 기울이고 있는 의장 각하와 우즈베키스탄 공화국 국회의 사의를 표합니다. 오늘 사회의 발전과 진정한 정의를 실현하는 것은 매개나라 국회들이 총적 목표이며 이를 위한 국회들의 역할 또한 날로 증대되고 있습니다. 적은 년간 많은 나라들에서 국권이 유린당하고 전쟁과 무장 충돌로 인민들이 고통과 불행이 증대되고 있는 현실은 국제적으로 진정한 사회 발전과 정의를 실현하기 위한 국회들이 노력을 일치시키고 행동 능력을 높여나갈 것을 요구하고 있습니다. 나는 본 총회가 사회의 발전과 정의를 위한 국회들의 행동 방향과 방도를 심도 있게 토의함으로써 누구나 평등하고 안정된 생활을 누리려는 인류의 자주적 지향과理想을 실현하는 데서 시기적절하고 의의 있는 회합으로 되기를 희망합니다. 대표 여러분, 조선민주주의 인민공화국 최고인민회의는 근 80년간 우리 민의 자주적 리상이 가장 정확히 실현된 인민대중 중심의 사회를 건설하는 것을 자기의 활동 원칙과 목표로 삼고 우리나라의 실정에 맞게 우리 민의 감정과 요구를立법과 법 집행 감독 등 모든 활동에 구현하여 인민을 위해 멸사복무하는 것을 정치 리념으로 고수해 왔습니다. 인민의 요구와利益을 실현하는 것을 국가의 최중대사로 내세워야 한다는 것, 인민을 위해서는 국고를 통째로 털고 천만금도 아끼지 말아야 한다는 것이 조선민주주의 인민공화국 국무위원장 김정은 동지의 뜻입니다. 김정은 국무위원장 동지의 직접적인 발기와 구체적인 지도 밑에 제14기 최고인민회의의 여러 회의들에서 새로운 지방발전 정책과 농촌건설 강령이 책정되고 법으로 채택된 것이 가장 뚜렷하고 가까운 증례입니다. 우리 국가의 새로운 지방발전 정책, 새로운 농촌건설 강령의 본질은 모든 방면에서 도시와 농촌, 중앙과 지방의 격차를 줄여 전국의 인민들이 똑같이 유족하고 문명한 생활을 누리도록 하자는 것입니다. 다시 말하여 우리 국가 창건 이래 처음으로 되는 사변적인 결단으로서 전면적 국가 부흥의 새 시대를 여는 유례없이 방대한 하나의 혁명이라고 말할 수 있습니다. 김정은 국무위원장 동지 둘이의 애국의 한마음으로 뭉친 우리 민은 온갖 난간을 박차고 일어나 자존과 번영이 확고히 담보되고 가장 정의롭고 인민적인 리상이 철저히 구현된 문명 부유한 사회주의 강국을 반드시 건설하고야 말 것입니다. 대표 여러분, 우리가 모두가 목격하는 바와 같이 오늘 전 세계를 자기의 리권 안에 두려는 미국의 전횡을 하여 도처에서 민족 국가들이 생존권과 발전권이 침해당하고 평화적 인민들이 참혹한 전쟁과 재난의 희생물이 되고 있습니다. 모든 나라의 영토와 매개 민족의 자주권 존중과 세계의 평화와 안전 보장을 대의명분으로 하여 제정되고 국가관계의 초석으로 되어온 국제법들과 여러 국제기구들이 제국주의 지배주의 세력의 강권에 휘둘려 본연의 목적과 사명을 다하지 못하고 있습니다. 역사와 현실은 그 어느 나라나 민족에게 있어서 사회의 발전과 정의, 인민들이 행복한 생활은 국가의 자주권과 안전을 담보할 수 있는 국가 방위력을 전제로 한다는 것을 실증해주고 있습니다. 군사력의 충돌이 무시로 벌어지고 있는 현 세계에서 자유를 포기한 나라는 진정한 정의를 실현할 수 없고 사회 발전을 이룩할 수 없으며 침략의 참화를 면할 수 없습니다. 우리 국가가 미국을 위시로 한 적대 국가들로부터 가해지는 안전 위협에 대처하여 압도적인 전쟁 억제력을 보유하는 것은 조선반도 지역에서 힘의 균형을 유지하고 진정한 정의와 평화를 수호하기 위한 주권적 권리이고 정당 방위권 행사로 됩니다. 우리는 국가 이민에게 가해지는 온갖 군사적 위협들을 제거하기 위한 단호한 행동을 계속할 것이며 국방력의 끊임없는 발전과 당당한 자위권 행사로서 미국과 적대 세력들의 무력 사용 의지를 철저히 제압 분사할 것입니다. 나는 이 기회에 국가의 자주권을 수호하고 인민의 행복을 창조하기 위한 우리 국가의 정책과 우리 인민의 정의로운 투쟁에 지지와 연대성을 보내주고 있는 여러 나라들의 깊은 사의를 표합니다. 조선민주주의 인민공화국 최고인민회의는 앞으로도 진선적이고 우호적인 나라 국회들과의 관계 발전을 위해 적극 노력해 나갈 것입니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Lithuania, to be followed by Iraq and then Spain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear speakers of parliaments, dear colleagues, it's an honor for me to be here today and to be able to address this important and relevant topic of social development and justice. We are all well aware that high inequality of income and opportunities divides and harms every society, disrupting national development in every state. I am glad that Lithuania is classified as a country with very high human development. In 2024, it ranked 37 on the UN Human Development Index. However, we still face a lot of challenges. Over the past decade, the relative at risk of poverty rate has remained around 20% in Lithuania. The income gap between the poor and the rich has remained sixfold over the past several years, with the poor earning 6 times less than the rich. The composition and categories of social assistance recipients remain virtually unchanged, and more than a third of the unemployed are in long-term unemployment. The lack of social mobility also reflects the differences in opportunities. For example, vulnerable groups require much more effort and time to access higher education and better professional opportunities. Our parliament elections were held last October, and the 14th Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania began its work. The new government is committed to putting the state back on track for sustainable development and treating the country as the common good for all citizens. These objectives are being pursued through targeted measures and reforms across various sectors. First, we aim to strengthen the national economy and reinforce public finances. We support projects both by local and foreign investors that drive economic transformation. Our policy focuses on active investment and job creation, reducing the administrative and regulatory burden on investors. We pay particular attention to balanced regional development. Additionally, Lithuania will implement progressive taxation on the highest incomes regardless of the source, while protecting low-income earners from an additional tax burden and making sure that the tax system remains competitive. Ensuring accessible and high-quality healthcare and education remains one of the top priorities. We support efficient state governments by strengthening local self-government and promoting regional development to reduce economic disparities. However, dear ladies and gentlemen, I want to stress that the peace and security are essential for conditions for social development. And today, we are all witnesses to the Russian Federation's illegal, unprovoked, and unjustified military aggression against Ukraine. We are all well aware how difficult and complicated the situation in the Middle East is, and there are conflicts in other parts of the world as well. Apart from undermining international law, democratic values, and human rights, every war and military conflict also creates insecurity in the region and across the globe. Instead of investing money on meeting the social needs of the population, reducing poverty, and increasing access to and quality of education and healthcare, states are forced to invest in security and defense. As parliamentarians, we should feel it is the duty of all of us to change the situation. It is our collective duty to show zero tolerance for violations of international law and human rights. It is our duty not only to put a stop to military action, but also to halt the aggression itself. It is our duty to demand that justice be restored, that the aggressor be punished, and the damage caused to be compensated. Only then we will be able to speak without inner moral conflict about social inclusion and justice in our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next will be the Honorable Speaker from Iraq.
سيدتي الرئيسة، السيدات والسادة الحضور جميعاً، بداية أتقدم بالشكر والتقدير لحكومة أوزبكستان لما قدمته من حسن الاستقبال والتقدير في هذه المدينة التاريخية التي تفوح منها نشوء الحضارات والتاريخ. ويسرني أن أشارك في هذا اللقاء البرلماني باسم مجلس النواب العراقي وباسم شعب العراق الذي يجمعنا حول قضية مركزية لمستقبل البشرية، ألا وهي العمل البرلماني من أجل التنمية والعدالة الاجتماعيتين. إن التنمية الاجتماعية ليست خياراً تكميلياً، بل هي شرط أساسي لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة جنباً إلى جنب مع النمو الاقتصادي وحماية البيئة، وهي في جوهرها تعني تمكين الإنسان وضمان رفاهه وتوفير البيئة العادلة التي تتيح له تحقيق ذاته والعيش بكرامة. من هنا فإن مسؤوليتنا كبرلمانيين تتجاوز سن التشريعات أو الرقابة على الأداء الحكومي، لتشمل قيادة التحول نحو عقد اجتماعي جديد يقوم على العدل والمساواة وحقوق الإنسان، ويعيد الاعتبار للدور الاجتماعي للدولة ولصون الفئات الأكثر تهميشاً. علينا أن نعمل من أجل حماية اجتماعية شاملة لا تستثنى أحداً، وتضمن الرعاية الصحية والتعليم والسكن اللائق، اقتصاد داعم للفئات الضعيفة يوفر فرصاً للمشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة، ويضمن عدالة ضريبية، وتمكين المرأة والشباب والأقليات من المشاركة الفاعلة في اتخاذ القرار وعلى كل المستويات. وإن المرأة العراقية ورغم الصعوبات فهي الآن وزيرة، رئيس جامعة، ضباط في الجيش والشرطة، برلمانيات نشيطات. هذه هي تحول في النظام السياسي العراقي، تحولات تشريعية تدعم الاقتصاد الاجتماعي والتضامن وتعزز قوانين مكافحة التمييز والمساواة. فإن العمل البرلماني لا يكتمل إلا عندما يكون صوت الشعوب معبراً عن آمالها وتطلعاتها، فلنكن على قدر هذه المسؤولية. وفي ظل التطورات المتسارعة في المنطقة والعراق يشهد مرحلة جديدة من التعافي والبناء، نؤكد أن العراق يقف اليوم بصلابة مستنداً إلى تضحيات شعبه وصبره، وماض نحو مستقبل يليق بتاريخه ومكانته. لقد واجه العراق واحدة من أقسى الهجمات الإرهابية في العصر الحديث، حين اجتاح تنظيم داعش الإرهابي أرضه واستهدف الإنسان والحضارة، وهجر الملايين من أبناء هذا الوطن، وقتل الآلاف، ودمر المدن والقرى، واستهدف بوحشية المرأة والطفل العراقي، وترك جراحاً لا تزال تنزف. لكن العراق لم ينكسر بل نهض، واليوم يمتلك حكومة قوية وشعباً صلباً وقراراً سيادياً لا يقبل الوصاية أو التبعية. وبينما يخطو العراق بثبات نحو التعافي، لا تزال التحديات تحيط به من كل جانب: الإرهاب ومحاولات زعزعة الاستقرار، الضغوطات السياسية، تحديات التغيير المناخي الذي بدأ يؤثر على الأمن الغذائي والمائي والبيئي، مما يضيف أعباء جديدة على كاهل الدولة والمجتمع. السيدات والسادة المحترمين، إن ممارسات القتل اليومي في غزة في فلسطين تحت القصف والحصار والتجويع والتهجير القسري الذي يهدف إلى اقتلاع شعب من أرضه وجذوره هو وصمة عار في جبين هذا العصر. وإن استمرار هذه السياسات الهمجية من قبل الكيان الصهيوني وسط صمت دولي محزن يجعل من حقوق الإنسان والقانون الدولي مجرد كلمات نطلقها في المؤتمرات. إن قضية فلسطين ستبقى في قلب العراق وفي ضمير كل إنسان حر، ولن تكون الضغوط السياسية والتغييرات الإقليمية مبرراً للتغاضي عن دماء الأطفال وصوت الأمهات ودموع من اختلعوا من بيوتهم ومقدساتهم. إننا في العراق نعبر عن أملنا الصادق بأن يطلع المجتمع الدولي وكذلك الدول الشقيقة بمسؤوليتهم الأخلاقية لمواجهة هذه التحديات المعقدة في هذه المنطقة الحساسة من العالم. شكرا جزيلا لاستماعكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you. Now we'll listen to the honorable member from Spain, to be followed by Ireland.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Estimados colegas, delegados, la democracia no se mide solo por la celebración de unas elecciones, sino por la capacidad de sus instituciones para responder a las necesidades de la ciudadanía que nos elige. El Parlamento, como representante de la voluntad popular, tiene una responsabilidad fundamental: legislar en favor de la justicia social y promover el bienestar común. Básicamente, cumplir con lo que debe ser el principal mandato de la política, que no es otro que el de trabajar para intentar mejorar y lograr la mejora de las condiciones de los ciudadanos. La acción parlamentaria es la herramienta eficaz que permite transformar las demandas sociales en leyes concretas, en políticas públicas que impacten en la vida de las personas, desde la protección de los derechos laborales hasta la garantía de servicios básicos como la educación, la salud y la vivienda. Cada decisión tomada por los parlamentos tiene repercusiones directas en la sociedad. En los últimos años hemos visto cómo la legislación puede ser clave para reducir desigualdades. La aprobación de leyes que garantizan un salario mínimo digno, que protegen a los colectivos más vulnerables o que impulsan la igualdad de género son ejemplos claros de cómo la acción parlamentaria puede construir una sociedad más justa, pero también más libre. Pero esta acción no puede limitarse únicamente a la creación de leyes, también debe garantizar su cumplimiento, asignar los recursos adecuados y fiscalizar a quienes tienen la responsabilidad de aplicarlas. Sin embargo, la justicia social no es solo tarea de los legisladores, es un esfuerzo colectivo en el que la ciudadanía juega un papel fundamental. La participación activa en el debate público, el seguimiento de las políticas implementadas y la exigencia de transparencia y rendición de cuentas son esenciales para fortalecer la democracia. Hoy más que nunca necesitamos parlamentos comprometidos con la equidad, con la erradicación de la pobreza, con la defensa de los derechos humanos. Necesitamos políticas que no solamente respondan a las crisis del presente, sino que constituyan un futuro más inclusivo y solidario. Porque la justicia social no es un privilegio, es un derecho, y es deber de la acción parlamentaria hacerlo realidad. Nos encontramos en un momento crucial en el que la política no puede ser ajena a las necesidades de la sociedad, y cuando hablo de sociedad me refiero también a los sectores productivos de los países que ven amenazada su productividad y competitividad por una política de aranceles injusta y que merece una respuesta desde la unidad. La acción parlamentaria, entendida como el conjunto de decisiones y legislaciones que surgen del debate democrático, tiene el poder de transformar la realidad y garantizar el bienestar de la ciudadanía. Cuando hablamos de acción social nos referimos a todas aquellas medidas que buscan mejorar las condiciones de vida de las personas, especialmente aquellas que viven en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. La educación, la sanidad, la vivienda, el empleo digno y la igualdad de oportunidades no pueden ser solo aspiraciones, sino derechos, garantizados por el Estado, y para que estos derechos sean activos el Parlamento debe actuar con determinación. Además, la acción parlamentaria debe ir más allá de las diferencias partidistas. La justicia social no debe ser un tema de confrontación política, sino un compromiso común. Cuando se trata de garantizar derechos fundamentales, el diálogo y el consenso son esenciales. Todos los grandes avances en derechos sociales han sido posibles cuando los representantes políticos han entendido que su labor va más allá de sus ideologías y se han enfocado en el bienestar de la ciudadanía. En un mundo donde las desigualdades siguen creciendo, donde muchas personas aún viven en condiciones de precariedad y donde los derechos conquistados pueden verse amenazados, la acción parlamentaria debe ser un motor de cambio y de justicia. No podemos permitir que el progreso social sea un privilegio de unos pocos. Debe ser un derecho de todos. Es nuestra responsabilidad como sociedad exigir y apoyar estas acciones, porque un Parlamento que legisla con justicia es un Parlamento que realmente representa a su pueblo. Y antes de terminar, permítame una pequeña licencia en este último minuto que me queda, para agradecerle públicamente, ya que esta será su última Asamblea General, porque ha llegado el momento de su jubilación, a María Teresa Gómez Bernardo, secretaria de la Delegación Española en la UIP. Gracias por todo tu trabajo y dedicación para que a los parlamentarios españoles que hemos venido participando en todas las actividades tuviéramos absolutamente todo perfectamente organizado, por muy lejos que hayamos ido y complicado que fuera el idioma o el destino. y que nunca nos faltara de nada, haciendo posible en muchas ocasiones lo imposible. Pocas personas han participado en tantas asambleas como ella, casi 40 años trabajando en las diferentes delegaciones internacionales, más de 15 dedicada a la delegación española en la UIP, por los que en mi nombre como jefe de delegación y el de todos los senadores y diputados del Reino de España que hemos formado parte de esta organización, quiero agradecer ante todos ustedes y pedirles un fuerte aplauso. Ha sido un gran honor. Gracias, Mariate.
Thank you very much. We will now listen to the honourable member from Ireland, to be followed by Australia.
We often hear the Irish poet Seamus Heaney's words quoted at political gatherings, and hope and history rhyme. The beginning of that particular piece of poetry starts with human beings suffer, they torture one another. And that is something we must all reflect on in any debate about social development and justice. Our world is confronted by extraordinary challenges which are amplified by ongoing wars. There is a wealth of historical, cultural, and political differences among us, so each state has to mould its own vision as to how we best represent our citizens, how we do our best to live in peace with our neighbours, and how we best protect human rights. However, collectively, we need more productive and deliberative synergies to make this world a better place. We need a constructive spirit of cooperation to meet challenges and keep up with societal change. I come from a country, Ireland, where cultural identity and heritage is important, valued and respected. We in Ireland place a strong emphasis on social rights and equality, and have always in particular recognised and valued the vital role of education in achieving this. Leadership is crucial at times of uncertainty, and all leaders here need to show an unfaltering commitment to the core values. We need to keep listening to one another and respect our differences, while also trying to forge a common roadmap for social justice. A new and better social contract for humanity needs to be focused on human rights, on universal access to basic services, including healthcare, education and housing, social protection for all, but most especially the most vulnerable. A new social contract must focus on decent and productive work with support for small local enterprises as well as social inclusion measures. It is important that we tackle climate change, protecting the rights of our people to live in a safe and healthy environment, while also examining both the challenges and opportunities that artificial intelligence bring. We must keep our minds open to change, but our hearts embedded with values of integrity, dignity and respect. Garav Mahakat.
Thank you very much. The next will be the honourable member from Australia, to be followed by France. Sorry, apologies. So it will be France first, to be followed by Australia.
Madame la Présidente, honorable Nelly Mouti, mes chers collègues, c'est un honneur de prendre ici la parole lors de cette 150e Assemblée générale de l'UIP à Tashkent. Comme cela est régulièrement rappelé dans nos débats, la succession récente de crises sanitaires, économiques, environnementales a conduit à des régressions au plan social. La pandémie du Covid-19 notamment a entraîné une augmentation de la pauvreté dans le monde alors qu'elle avait reculé près de 10 ans auparavant. Dans l'Union européenne, plus de 20% de la population est aujourd'hui menacée d'exclusion sociale. Si la France reste plutôt bien positionnée dans les classements internationaux, elle n'est pas épargnée par cette tendance, malgré les politiques de soutien à sa population. Ainsi, 9,2 millions de personnes, soit près de 15% de la population française, se trouvaient en 2019 sous le seuil de pauvreté. Les jeunes sont particulièrement concernés. Certains connaissent de vraies difficultés d'accès au marché du travail. En 2020, 11,4% des jeunes de 15 à 24 ans ne travaillent pas et ne sont ni en études ni en formation. D'autres sont en précarité économique alors qu'ils tentent de poursuivre leurs études. L'emploi des jeunes est donc une priorité en France. C'est pour cette raison que le gouvernement et le Parlement ont lancé en 2020 le dispositif « Un jeune, une solution » dans le cadre du plan de relance. Le résultat est là, car le taux de chômage des jeunes est désormais le plus bas depuis 40 ans. Mais il reste encore beaucoup à faire. Les familles monoparentales, qui représentent une famille sur 4 en France, sont elles aussi particulièrement exposées au risque de précarité. Rappelons que ces familles en France sont portées par 82% par des femmes. J'ai remis d'ailleurs en septembre dernier un rapport spécifique à l'ancien Premier ministre Gabriel Attal avec un certain nombre de mesures pour sortir et pour soutenir ces familles en direction donc, de ces familles. D'abord, pour les sortir de l'invisibilité en reconnaissant leur statut. Et enfin, d'organiser des actions en lien avec les collectivités territoriales pour mieux les accompagner. Si ces aides passent souvent par le versement de prestations monétaires, les politiques de lutte contre la pauvreté en France mettent aussi fortement l'accent sur l'accompagnement des personnes précaires pour leur inclusion, le retour à l'emploi et leur autonomie. L'engagement de tous les acteurs de la société est favorisé à travers les actions solidaires, comme le don ou le bénévolat, mais aussi par l'implication des entreprises au titre de leur responsabilité sociale et environnementale est aussi donc encouragée. Chers collègues, la lutte contre la précarité concerne donc de nombreux domaines. L'accès au logement décent, une alimentation équilibrée et saine, la réduction de la fracture numérique, la précarité énergétique et surtout l'accès à l'emploi. Nos politiques publiques doivent s'attacher à lutter contre les inégalités territoriales qui restent importantes à l'échelle nationale entre les différentes parties du territoire, mais aussi souvent à l'intérieur même de ces territoires. Ce sont les enjeux de ces futures années dans un contexte international incertain. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you. Australia, you have the floor, to be followed by Malawi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Speaker, Madam President, I acknowledge you, my good friend, Ms. Nelly Muti, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. My fellow delegates, firstly, I would like to thank the Uzbekistan Parliament for hosting this 150th Assembly in your beautiful country. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this important issue on behalf of the Australian Parliament. The responsibility of any government, and indeed any parliament, is to create conditions that ensure the long-term prosperity and well-being of its citizens. In Australia, we pride ourselves on the promise of what we call a fair go, which is the belief that the efforts on the parts of the individual and their fair, equitable treatment will deliver success, rather than the person's status, their birth, or their background. Our social contract in relation to healthcare, for example, is grounded on a shared responsibility between government and citizens, whereby government provides a universal health system called Medicare, and citizens contribute through taxes and adhere to health regulations. One of the most important ways of ensuring economic fairness and addressing inequality is through taxation. In Australia, we tax individuals under a progressive system whereby the tax rate increases as a person's income rises. The system is designed to ensure that those who earn more contribute their fair share to fund essential public services, including things like Medicare. In Australia, our parliamentary committees have played a significant role in inquiring into and making recommendations for legislative and other changes to address financial and other forms of inequality in our society. In early 2023, I chaired a parliamentary committee inquiry into a tax leak scandal in Australia, whereby an international corporation, known to many of you, PricewaterhouseCoopers, misused confidential Australian taxation treasury information to design its own tax avoidance scheme. The scandal was more than a betrayal of professional ethics and standards. It also revealed significant challenges for government in relation to multinational tax avoidance and tax evasion. Multinational tax avoidance means that governments have less funds available for schools, for hospitals and for other public services. And it goes directly against that Australian principle of a fair go, as small businesses face, in particular, unfair competition from large multinationals that can structure to avoid paying their fair share of tax. Last year I brought these concerns to the IPU, where at the 149th Assembly we held a panel discussion in the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. During the panel debate we heard the experience of other member parliaments where efforts to achieve the sustainable development goals are impeded by these tax avoidance practices because they erode the corporate tax base. We discussed the importance of working together as legislators to hold multinationals to account for these global practices. We agreed that we should work together towards a fair global taxation system that would not only restore public trust, but also provide the resources and means to address global concerns, including climate change, poverty, and inequality, about which so many of you delegates have spoken. I look forward to working with my fellow parliamentarians at this 150th Assembly on this important issue. Just as progressive tax regimes reduce inequality, decent working conditions are also essential to economic fairness, social development, social cohesion. During this Parliament, I had the privilege of serving as the Deputy Chair on an inquiry into the state of Australia's work and care sector. The committee heard that many Australians, and in particular women, were balancing work with caring responsibilities, including the challenges of transitioning between work and care through different life stages. After conducting 11 days of public hearings and receiving 125 public submissions, the committee made several significant recommendations to improve working conditions, including the introduction of 26 weeks of paid parental leave and the right to disconnect from work so that workers have the capacity to disconnect from their job out of contracted hours. These recommendations have since been legislated by government and serve as a testament to the power of parliamentary committees in understanding the human experience and seeking meaningful change to the ways we work and contribute to society. Gender equality is fundamental to social development and justice. Any social contract should have equality at its heart, and a key aspect of such is equal pay.
Kindly wind up, your time is up.
We introduced legislation in 2023, Madam President, and we know in Australia that, like so many jurisdictions, there is still much work to be done. Flexible work policies, paid parental leave, effort to make wages in women-dominated sectors such as aged care and early childhood education competitive are key. After all, closing the gap on gender pay not only reflects our ethos, but an equal and fair society, which is important for the economic future of all countries. I thank the Assembly. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. We will now listen to the Honourable Member from Malawi, to be followed by United Kingdom.
On behalf of the Malawi delegation, allow me to bring greetings from the people of the warm heart of Africa. I feel greatly honored to contribute to the main theme of the 150th Assembly, IPU Assembly, entitled Parliamentary Action for Social Development and Justice. Madam President, social development and justice are not abstract ideals. They are the living, breathing needs of our societies. They are the promise we make to our citizens, ensuring and assuring them that they will have the opportunity to live dignified, fulfilling lives regardless of their background, gender, economic status, or geographic location. The role of Parliament in social development, Madam President, true social development can only be realized when every individual has equal access to the tools that promote their well-being, such as healthy care, housing, fair wage, and education. As parliamentarians, our primary role is to create policies that ensure these essential services are available to all citizens, especially the most marginalized. Parliamentary action for justice. Madam President, parliamentary action is crucial in ensuring that justice is not a privilege for a few, but a fundamental right for all. Parliaments should enact laws that promote gender equality, protect human rights, and ensure the protection of vulnerable groups. Parliaments must also invest in strengthening judicial independence, providing fair and affordable access to legal services, and ensuring that justice is not delayed or denied. Madam President, below are some of the key actions and legislative efforts that the Parliament of Malawi has undertaken in the promotion of social development and justice. On legislation for social protection, Madam President, Malawi has enacted several laws aimed at improving social protection, particularly for vulnerable groups. One notable initiative in the social cash is the Social Cash Transfer Program, which has been supported by Parliament through national budgets and policy frameworks. The program is aimed at providing cash transfers to vulnerable households, such as the elderly, disabled individuals, and those living in extreme poverty. On education and health reforms, Madam President, the Parliament of Malawi has played an essential role in advancing policies to improve access to education and health care for its people. Over the years, there have been significant efforts to promote free primary education and improve the quality of education in all levels. On the health front, the Parliament has been involved in the adoption of laws and policies aimed at increasing access to health care services, including reforms in maternal health, HIV and AIDS prevention and health care for marginalized groups. On human rights and gender equality, the Parliament of Malawi has taken steps towards strengthening human rights and promoting gender equality. For example, the Malawi Gender Equality Act of 2013 was passed to create a legal framework for promoting gender equality, addressing issues such as domestic violence, early marriages, and sexual harassment. On judicial reforms, the Parliament of Malawi has also taken steps to reform the judicial system to ensure greater fairness and accessibility. This includes supporting the creation of legal aid services for those unable to afford legal representation. However, most of the efforts government has put in are not that successful due to financial crisis that the country is going through. There is need, Madam President, for debt relief and restructuring. In conclusion, Madam President, let me state that as we look to the future, we must remain focused on the central values that guide us as parliamentarians: fairness, equality, and justice. Let us be bold in our vision, steadfast in our commitment, and united in our mission to promote social development and justice for all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member from the United Kingdom, to be followed by the Honourable Member from Palestine.
Thank you, Madam President. Speakers, honourable members of Parliament and distinguished guests, I'm delighted to speak to you today on a subject very close to my heart, and that is parliamentary action for social development and justice. Friends, let me start by saying that this is not just a political issue, it is a moral one too, and it's a top priority for the United Kingdom's government. As a Labour Member of Parliament, I represent a party that was formed in the last century to bring social justice to every community. As the governing party now in the United Kingdom, our Parliament is clear that the health and stability of our societies must be built on principles of fairness, justice, equality, and the promotion of social development. Parliamentary action serves as the primary vehicle through which these values are protected, advanced, and delivered. With the erosion of social justice and civil rights across the world, with rising authoritarianism and a blatant disregard for international norms, the role that we parliamentarians play has never been more critical. Sadly, every day we're reminded by world events that democracy is fragile, but our institutions need to be steadfast in upholding the rule of law and ensuring justice for everyone. One of the most vital contributions that parliamentarians can make to social development and justice is the creation and implementation of laws that promote equality and protect human rights. And the clearest example, my friends, of this is in the United Kingdom, our National Health Service, the NHS, established in 1948. It's a profound example of parliamentary action that had the sole purpose of delivering the ultimate form of social justice, health equality. And it's something that has permanently changed our social development for the better. It's rightly respected across the world and held up as the cornerstone of social justice by United Kingdom citizens. By providing universal health care to all its citizens, regardless of income or status, the NHS has transformed the health and well-being of generations of British people. It underscores how powerful parliaments can be in shaping policies that promote equality, justice, and access to essential services. And another prime example of parliamentary action is the Equality Act of 2010, which addresses the discrimination in employment, education, and public services, and which brings vital protection for all races, religions, and communities. This landmark legislation was the result of years of debate and advocacy in Parliament, but it represents a significant step forward to a more inclusive society. It ensures that all individuals, regardless of their background, have access to opportunities and are treated fairly before the law. However, as I said earlier, progressive policies are never guaranteed. In many parts of the world, we're witnessing a troubling trend, the erosion of democratic institutions and a rise in authoritarian rule. Leaders who prioritize self-interest and brute force over diplomacy and cooperation are undermining democratic systems, consolidating their own power, and diminishing the role of institutions meant to ensure justice for all. This shift is one which we've seen time and again, but it never ends well. When power is concentrated in the hands of the few, accountability is increasingly sidelined, meaning that judiciary, media, and civil society, critical elements of any healthy democracy, are often attacked or undermined. But parliaments need to stand firm against such trends. They should always be the guarantee and the guardians of democracy, ensuring that the rule of law is always upheld and that leaders remain accountable to the people who elected them. And that's why we're all here today, isn't it? And it's vital that we take this message home with us when we leave here. My friends, the rise of authoritarianism has not only impacted on domestic governance, but has also led to a worrying disregard for international law. The most prominent recent example, of course, is the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, which not only violated Ukraine's sovereignty and shattered international norms, but demanded a clear and unambiguous response from the international community. And in order to restore the respect for territorial integrity and the peaceful resolution of disputes through dialogue, parliamentarians have a duty to act. That's why in the UK we have a political consensus on unwavering defensive support for Ukraine. When the rule of law is undermined, the very trust that citizens place in their leaders is eroded, social progress always takes a backward step. As the voice of the people, parliaments must hold governments accountable, ensuring that justice is served. It's more important today than ever before that we act with integrity and purpose. This landmark 150th IPU Assembly gives us an important chance to do just that and to seize the moment now.
Thank you very much. We will now listen to the Honourable Member from Palestine, to be followed by Armenia.
Forgive me, my mom. This is the path I choose to help people. With these last words, paramedic Ra'fat Radwan left us forever with 15 of his colleagues found in a mass grave in Rafah few days ago. أصحاب المعالي رؤساء المجالس البرلمانية، أصحاب المعالي رؤساء وأعضاء الوفود، السيدات والسادة، في لحظات صعبة وحاسمة يجتمع اتحادنا البرلماني الدولي، وهو المنظمة الأممية العريقة التي عبرت وتعبر عن آمال الشعوب وآلامها، عن تحدياتهم وتطلعاتهم لمناقشة آفاق النهوض بواقع شعوب الأرض تعزيزاً لكرامة الإنسان ورفاهيته. وفي هذا الوقت تحديداً، وبينما أنا أقف أمامكم، يتعرض شعبي للإبادة الجماعية والتجويع والتهجير وتدمير كامل لبنيته التحتية، بما في ذلك المرافق الصحية والتعليمية والإدارية ودور العبادة وشبكات المياه والكهرباء والصرف الصحي وشبكات الطرق، في واحدة من أبشع الجرائم ضد الإنسانية. ويأتي ذلك كله في سياق مسلسل طويل من الجرائم والمجازر التي ارتكبت بحق الشعب الفلسطيني منذ عام 1948. السيدات والسادة، لم تكتفي سلطة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي بممارسة الإبادة الجماعية بحق الشعب الفلسطيني، بل استخدمت أيضاً جريمة التجويع كأداة رئيسية في تنفيذ مخططاتها الاستعمارية لتهجير شعبنا عن أرضه، وهي جريمة حرب موصوفة في القانون الدولي. وما تشهده الضفة الغربية والقدس اليوم من عدوان متواصل وتهجير لسكان المخيمات والتوسع الاستيطاني غير القانوني وهدم المنازل وسرقة الموارد، هذا كله يأتي تنفيذاً لمخطط الضم الذي يستهدف الاستيلاء على الأرض الفلسطينية. وواصل الاحتلال الإسرائيلي خروقاته حتى وصل به الأمر إلى تنفيذ إبادة غير مرئية بحق الآلاف من الأسرى الفلسطينيين في سجونه، والذين يتعرضون يومياً إلى التعذيب والتجويع والاغتصاب والحرمان من أدنى حقوقهم بالعلاج. هؤلاء هم ضحايا هذا النظام الاستعماري. وما يزيد من فداحة هذه المأساة هو القرار الذي اتخذه الاحتلال بالهجوم على وكالة الأنروا ومنع عملها في الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة، الذي يعني حرمان مئات الآلاف من اللاجئين الفلسطينيين من خدمات الإغاثة والصحة والتعليم. فغرض الاحتلال الرئيسي هو المس بحق العودة، وأيضاً تهجير الفلسطينيين قسراً بصيغ الهجرة الطوعية الناعمة تحت مسمى حل إنساني. مفتاح إنجاح هذه الجريمة أو إفشالها بيدكم أنتم. السيدات والسادة، إن تصور المستقبل الذي ينتظر شعب فلسطين في اليوم التالي معقد ومليء بالتحديات النفسية والاجتماعية والصحية والاقتصادية، وبخاصة الأطفال واليتامى والثكلى والأرامل والطلاب والعمال أصبحنا كشعب بحاجة إلى إعادة بناء وتأهيل نفوسنا قبل الشروع بإعادة إعمار ما دمره الاحتلال. السيدات والسادة، في هذه اللحظات التاريخية العصيبة التي يمر بها العالم تتجلى أمامنا حقيقة لا مفر منها. إن النظام العالمي الذي تأسس بعد الحربين العالميتين والذي وجد ليعزز السلام والعدالة بين الشعوب بات مهدداً بسبب الممارسات العدوانية للاحتلال وخروقاته المتزايدة والمستمرة بمساعدة بعض الدول وصمت البعض الآخر من الدول. إن الاستمرار في السكوت عن هذه الانتهاكات يعني السماح لهذه الجرائم ضد الإنسانية بأن تستمر دون محاسبة، وهو ما يهدد الأمن والسلم في المنطقة والعالم أسره. السيدات والسادة، لا يمكن الحديث عن الأمن والاستقرار والتنمية والعدالة الاجتماعية في منطقة الشرق الأوسط والعالم ما لم ينل الشعب الفلسطيني حقوقه المشروعة والحرية والاستقلال في دولته المستقلة على خطوط 4 حزيران عام 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشريف وفق الشرعية الدولية. ولا يمكن تحقيق السلام دون إنهاء الاحتلال وممارسة الفلسطيني لحقه في تقرير المصير. إن المجتمع الدولي مطالب أكثر من أي وقت مضى بمساءلة قوة الاحتلال وفرض العقوبات عليها ووقف مدها بالسلاح والمعدات العسكرية التي تقتل شعبنا تجاوزاً لازدواجية المعايير وغياب المساءلة.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank Azerbaijan now.
Your time is up. Thank you.
نشكر دول العالم وبرلماناتها وشعوبها على وقوفها إلى جانب شعبنا، ونتوجه بالشكر والتقدير لجمهورية أوزبكستان على حسن الضيافة والتنظيم، وننقل تحيات شعبنا الفلسطيني والرئيس محمود عباس وتقديره العالي إلى أخيه فخامة الرئيس شوكت ميرزيييف رئيس جمهورية أوزبكستان على استضافته ورعايته لأكثر من 100 جريح من الأطفال والنساء في المستشفيات الأوزبكية جراء حرب الإبادة على غزة. شكراً.
Thank you. Next will be Armenia. Austria will be next after Armenia. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank our friends from Uzbekistan for open-hearted and high-level hospitality in this beautiful city of Tashkent. Today is the National Day of Mothers and Women in Armenia, and from the deep of my heart, I would like to congratulate all the women in the room. Peace and prosperity to all of you. It is an honor to speak to you today. It is an honor to speak to you today at this important moment as we work together for more than just peaceful and prosperous world. As we gather for the 150th IPU Assembly, we are united in address to urgent challenges we face around the world. We see complex issues that threaten our future unless we act. We are here to engage in the important discussions around the future we want to build, one that is founded on justice, equality, and above all, peace. Armenia believes that the true development goes beyond economic growth. It is about creating systems that provide social protection, equal opportunities, and dignity for all citizens. In Armenia, we have been working hard to meet the needs of vulnerable groups, ensuring that healthcare, education, and housing are not privileges for a few, but rights to everyone. We are also focused on a social inclusion, making sure that everyone, regardless of the gender, ethnicity, or background, has access to opportunities. In 2025, Armenia increased the social protection spendings by 15% compared to 2024. It is through such actions that we strengthen democracy, build stronger society. Dear colleagues, in Armenia we know that peace is a process, long and sometimes difficult, but one that is worth every effort. In this spirit, we have recently taken a significant step. Armenia confirms that the draft peace agreement and negotiations with Azerbaijan have been successfully completed. The peace agreement is now ready to be signed, and Armenia stands prepared to finalize this truly historic step. We invite Azerbaijan to join us in taking this critical step towards a peaceful and prosperous future for both of our nations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Austria, you have the floor, to be followed by Chile.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear ladies at the board. Yeah, first of all, I would like to say thank you to everybody here in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent, for the very warm welcome and the perfect organization of everything. You have a beautiful country, and I'm sure that you're on the right way to make it even better for your people. Yeah, we live at the moment in a very time of immense global challenges, where wars and conflicts continue to threaten international peace and security. The global economy is struggling with slow growth, inflation, and escalating trade tensions. At the same time, multilateralism is at stake. Institutions designed to uphold the rules-based international order to promote economic development and growth find themselves increasingly sidelined instead of being strengthened. It is against this backdrop that we are discussing parliamentary action for social development and justice today. Indeed, parliamentary action is needed because parliamentarians are at the heart when it comes to ensuring that all individuals have equal access to resources, opportunities, and rights. But our meeting also marks the 150th anniversary of IPU assemblies. This demonstrates the significant role parliamentarians have continuously played in upholding multilateralism for the sake of peace, democracy, and prosperity, and we must continue this important work in the future. Why is this important to our topic today? Because peace, democracy, and prosperity are key to stable societies and essential for social progress and sustainable development that leaves no one behind. As we approach the year 2030, we should remember that social development and justice begin at home, within each sovereign nation. While global cooperation has its place, it is ultimately national parliaments that are best equipped to understand the unique social and economic realities of their people. We firmly believe that subsidiarity, cultural identity, and self-determination must be respected as guiding principles of any effort towards social development. Parliaments must be empowered to act in the interest of their own population rather than being pressured by transnational ideas or one-size-fits-all policy prescriptions. Social justice is not possible without internal security, functioning borders, and respect for the rule of law. Rising migration pressure and illegal immigration threaten the social cohesion and financial sustainability of welfare system across Europe. A just society begins with strong families. We advocate for policies that protect and support the family as the cornerstone of social development. In this regard, parliaments should strengthen incentives for family formation, support for parents and children, and the transmission of values and responsibilities from generation to generation. Austria has long practiced a model of balanced social partnership where the voice of workers and employers are equally heard. But we question increasingly centralized global governance mechanisms that disconnect decision-making from the democratic will of national parliaments and their constitutions. Let us not forget, justice also means fairness among nations. Development and international assistance must be targeted, transparent and effective, not ideological. The dignity and capacity of partner countries to define their own development paths must be respected. True solidarity is not endless. Colleagues, as parliamentarians, we must reaffirm our commitment to our people. We must place their well-being, their security, and their aspirations at the center of our political action. Social development and justice are not abstract goals. They are the result of concrete, responsible, and value-driven policies, rooted in the democratic will of sovereign nations. The best, a fairer world is not easy, and we know the challenges ahead. Fairness and justice must be established both within and among countries. In both endeavors,
Kindly wind up, your time is up.
Parliaments are in the center. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chile, you have the floor, to be followed by China.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. En primer lugar, agradecer la hospitalidad y organización de Uzbekistán a este congreso y con tanto cariño que nos han recibido. Por lo mismo, hago mía y nuestra delegación chilena la excelente alocución del presidente de hoy día en la mañana. Estimadas y estimados colegas parlamentarios, esta es una gran oportunidad, dada la relevancia y urgencia del tema de la convocatoria en el debate general, para aportar a impulsar un mundo más próspero y justo que incluya a todas las personas, teniendo como norte el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y, en concreto, la erradicación de la pobreza y las desigualdades multidimensionales para no dejar a nadie atrás, construyendo un desarrollo social e inclusivo. Este horizonte normativo para el conjunto de la humanidad y el planeta, que nos fijamos hace ya una década, lamentablemente se muestra por momentos esquivos. Parece alejarse a la luz de las múltiples crisis que enmarcan hoy la vida de las sociedades. Vivimos tiempos turbulentos, donde las incertidumbres y las inseguridades vitales afectan a diario a nuestras ciudadanas y nuestros ciudadanos. Esas mismas inseguridades hacen muy complejo el panorama para avanzar hacia el desarrollo, para construir sociedades de verdad inclusivas y pacíficas, para asegurar la sostenibilidad para las generaciones futuras y para el hábitat planetario. El panorama económico mundial no resulta nada auspicioso, producto del impacto de las diversas crisis que hemos vivido, como también por los resabios aún presentes del enorme golpe que significó la pandemia del COVID. El recrudecimiento de las políticas proteccionistas van a agravar las tensiones comerciales con impactos no solamente negativos en el funcionamiento de los mercados mundiales, sino de las personas. En este escenario, un reciente informe del Banco Mundial asegura que las bajas tasas de crecimiento serán insuficientes para fomentar un desarrollo económico sostenido, en especial en las economías emergentes y en vías de desarrollo. Es por ello que ambas instituciones financieras alientan reformas que impulsan un mayor crecimiento, pero también, como dice expresamente el FMI, deben mantenerse el apoyo a los más vulnerables y a las redes de protección social. Estas aseveraciones nos llevan al foco central que hoy nos convoca. El desarrollo social inclusivo es imprescindible junto al crecimiento y la sustentabilidad ambiental para construir un desarrollo sostenible que ponga en el centro a las personas y a la salud del planeta. La Agenda 2030 se desarrolló y estableció un horizonte de compromisos económicos, sociales, políticos y medioambientales, claves para lograr un bienestar centrado en las personas y con sentido de justicia entre generaciones. Si bien el esfuerzo inicial realizado permitió progreso gradual, pero auspicioso hacia el cumplimiento de sus 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, el escenario actual muestra que los avances en distintas materias se han visto detenidos, incluso revertidos. En efecto, como informó el secretario general de Naciones Unidas, cuando solo quedan 5 años para llegar al 2030, menos de una quinta parte de las metas de la ODS están en vías de cumplirse y cerca de la mitad presentan un avance moderado, aunque en buena parte a un paso demasiado lento. Ante esta perspectiva se requiere de medidas ambiciosas, concretas y sostenidas para acelerar el paso, tal como lo plantea el Pacto para el Futuro, suscrito por todos los países en septiembre pasado para lograr cumplir con las ODS, con políticas concretas y movilizando, financiando interna y externamente todo lo que se requiera. Tampoco podemos olvidar que pensando en el desarrollo de los países de América Latina, la CEPAL ha defendido desde hace mucho tiempo la necesidad de acuerdos sociales y políticos de largo plazo que tengan como un elemento central contar con un pacto fiscal. En estos últimos 30 segundos, señora presidenta, quiero recordarle a todos los colegas que la inclusión no solamente es al mundo de la pobreza, la inclusión también debe y tiene que ser al mundo de la discapacidad. Con las guerras, con todo lo que hemos vivido como planeta, hoy día hay más discapacitados. Y también tenemos que legislar para incluirlos educacional y laboralmente para que puedan desarrollar todos sus planes de vida como se lo merecen. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. China, you have the floor, to be followed by Mongolia.
尊敬的主席、女士们、先生们，首先，我谨代表中国全国人大祝贺一连第150届大会的成功召开。当前世界百年变局加速演进，地缘冲突延宕不绝，各种挑战层出不穷，不稳定、不确定因素有增无减。今年正值世界反法西斯战争胜利80周年，也是联合国成立80周年。求和平、谋发展、促公平，是国际社会的共同心愿。习近平主席指出，立法机构要在构建平等互信的国际关系，拓展互利共赢的发展合作，促进开放包容的交流互鉴，推动公正合理的全球治理上的发挥积极作用。各国历史、文化、制度、发展水平不尽相同，但各国人民都追求和平、发展、公平、正义、民主、自由的全人类共同价值。在此，我们呼吁：一是要凝聚发展共识，推动全球发展；世界各国命运休戚与共，发展需要携手并进。 中国提出全球发展倡议，与联合国2030年可持续发展议程高度契合。立法机构应坚持以人民为中心，坚定地维护践行真正的多边主义，加强协作，推动更加包容、更加普惠、更有韧性的全球发展。20要弘扬法治精神，推动公平正义。法治是现代文明的社会的基石，公平正义是民之所盼。我们追求和平安全的全球治理，提出全球安全倡议，反对把本国的安全建立在他国不安全的基础之上，反对霸权、霸道、霸凌的行径。立法机构要将反映人民愿望、维护人民权益、增进人民的福祉落实到国家治理、社会发展的各个领域全过程，以良法促进发展，保障善治。20要坚持合作共赢，加强交流互鉴。面对层出不穷的全球性挑战，没有哪个国家能独善其身，合作共赢才是正确的选择。中国倡导共商共建共享的全球治理观，提出并落实全球文明倡议，推动不同文明交流对话。立法机构要立足自身的职责，加强立法监督和治国理政经验的交流，及时的批准修订有利于互利合作的法律文件，更好服务于国家建设和人类社会的进步。主席女士、各位同事，不久前，第14届全国人大第3次会议在北京胜利闭幕。大会审议通过了政府报告等多个报告。2024年，中国国内生产总值增长5%，对世界经济增长的贡献率持续保持在30%左右。中国经济长期向好的支撑条件和基本趋势没有改变。无论何时，中国都愿做促进全球共同发展和建设的力量、稳定的力量，也愿同各国分享中国式现代化的广阔机遇。中国人大坚持党的领导、人民当家作主、依法治国的有机统一，大力推进国家法治建设。新形势下，中国全国人大愿同议联和各国立法机构一道，加强立法经验的交流，促进社会公平的实践互鉴，为推动全球治理朝着更加公正合理方向发展，携手构建人类命运共同体贡献立法机构的力量。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much. Mongolia, you have the floor, to be followed by Japan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to extend Mongolia's sincere gratitude to the Parliament of the Republic of Uzbekistan for hosting the 150th Assembly that brought together world parliamentarians to identify and discuss matters of common concern. The theme of the Assembly is timely and crucial. Parliamentary actions play undoubtedly a crucial role in accelerating social development and establishing justice by ensuring equality, citizens' participation, and diverse representation. The Parliament of Mongolia passed a major constitutional reform in 2023 to enlarge the legislative body from 76 members to 126 and reintroduce proportional party voting. The aim was to enhance parliamentary representation, increase women's participation in parliament, to strengthen legislative service to its constituents, and to balance policy considerations between local and national development issues. The empowerment of women is an essential catalyst for social, economic, and political progress. As a result of the constitutional amendments adopted by the Parliament in 2023, the quota for women candidates within political parties has increased from 20% to 30% in 2024 parliamentary election, with a projected rise to 40% in 2028. This initiative has already led to 25% of parliamentarians to be women. In the 1992 parliamentary elections, only 3 of the 76 elected members were women. The current parliament is committed to creating a comprehensive and well-regulated legal environment. Currently, 30% of social relations are governed by laws. Over 70% remain subject to administrative regulations. To address this, the Parliament aims to shift from an institution-centered approach to people-centered approach by streamlining and reviewing more than 3,000 regulations. The Parliament also has approved a strategic plan of Parliament of 2024 to 2028 in November 2024. This strategic plan reinforces Parliament's commitment to its core values of ensuring human rights and freedoms, promoting pluralism and representation, and maintaining transparency and accessibility, and upholding ethical, responsible, and accountable governance. By ensuring close coordination between the legislative and executive branches, Mongolia aims to systematically address and resolve corruption, bureaucracy, and human rights violations within its society. As parliamentarians, we have a crucial role to play to ensure that government actions are inclusive and transformative for those whom we represent. The Parliament has approved the government's action plan with 4 key policies, including regional development policy, human development policy, economic policy, and good governance policy. The governance policy that respects human rights includes sub-policies, namely ensuring human rights and freedom, promoting corruption-free governance, implementing e-governance, re-engineering state productivity, and fostering national resilience and a peaceful society. Within the framework of implementing this policy, the 5SH anti-corruption action will continue to be carried out. To enhance its effectiveness, we are taking measures such as implementing e-governance. This approach aims to minimize the subjective influence of individuals and streamline processes through technology and big data. Mongolia is deeply committed to advancing women's leadership, fostering inclusive economic growth, and creating equal opportunities for all women. Taking this opportunity, I would like to inform that the World Women Entrepreneurs Forum is going to be held under the auspices of the President of Mongolia, Honorary Mr. Hurse Kokhna, on August 25th to 26th in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Next year, we are looking to organize Asia Parliamentary Women's Forum in Mongolia, and we look forward to having you in Mongolia. Moreover, the Office of the President, along with the organizer Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future and Stanford University, is going to be hosting Sustainable Dialogue in June of this year in Mongolia. The dialogue will bring together policymakers, experts, researchers, and practitioners from countries in Asia, and especially from Central Asia. Next year, Mongolia will hold the 17th session of the Conferences of the Parties to the UN Conference of Combating Desertification. While I look forward to seeing you in Mongolia in one of these upcoming events, I wish you the best of success for your future endeavors, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Japan, you have the floor, to be followed by Rwanda.
日本国会代表団団長の関義弘でございます。まず3月28日に発生をいたしましたミャンマーにおける地震によって被害に遭われた方々に対し、心からお見舞いを申し上げますとともに、 被災地の一日も早い復興をお祈りいたします。1995年の世界社会開発サミットで採択されましたコペンハーゲン宣言が重視する人間中心の持続可能な開発は、現在でも社会開発の重要な理念であり続けております。この理念に共感する我が国は、人間の安全保障を外交政策の柱とし、一人一人の人間が恐怖と欠乏から解放され、尊厳を持って幸福に生きることができる社会づくりを理想として、国際協力に取り組んでまいりました。人間中心の社会開発のためには、人への投資を拡大し、万人のための質の高い教育を推進することが重要です。我が国は開発途上国の基礎高等教育の充実をはじめ、幅広い分野で支援を行っており、特に就学機会から取り残された女子、また障害のある子ども、紛争の影響を受ける地域の子どもなど、脆弱な立場に置かれやすい子どもたちへの支援を重視をいたしております。また、教育におきましては、AI や半導体などの先端技術を有効に活用するとともに、さらなるイノベーションを担う人材の育成も重要です。我が国は、2019年の G20 大阪サミットで発表された、持続可能な開発のための人的資本投資イニシアチブに基づきまして、日本独自の取り組みとしまして、2019年から2021年の3年間で、約947万人の子ども・若者にイノベーション関連教育を提供いたしました。デジタル格差のない最先端の科学技術に誰もがアクセスできる社会に向けまして、このような支援を続けていく必要がございます。人間中心の社会開発を進めるためには、相互信頼に基づく各国の連携が必要不可欠であります。とりわけ、教育という国の根幹に関わる分野では、互いの文化や歴史に対する理解と尊厳がなければ、協力はままなりません。この点で、我々国会議員は、IPU をはじめとする議会間対話の場で相互理解を深めますとともに、議論の成果を自国政府に伝え、議会活動を通じて政府レベルの国際連携を促すという重要な役割を担っております。日本の国会議員としてこれからも皆様と協力しながら、人間中心の社会開発を力強く推し進めていくという決意を申し上げまして、私からの発言を終わります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Rwanda, you have the floor.
Right Honorable President of this Assembly, Excellencies, good afternoon. I'm honored to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Parliament of Uzbekistan and to the leadership of the IPU for the successful organization of this Assembly. Excellencies, today, April 7th, is the International Day of Reflection on the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, as per UN Resolution number 74/273 of April 20th, 2020. It is a day to remember. It is a day to honor the victims of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. It is a day to pay tribute to the survivors for their resilience. Excellencies, after the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, Rwanda was close to a failed state with a combination of a transformative leadership, a solid institution, and active participation of the population. Today, 3 decades later, Rwanda is a country that counts even in the international settings. Rwandan people are now united, resilient, and dignified. Thus, they are building a better future. Regarding the theme of the general debate, parliamentary action for social development and justice, in my country, Rwanda, we have embraced the policies that contribute in reducing poverty, increasing incomes, improving living standards, strengthening good governance, promoting homegrown solutions, establishing rule of law, promoting gender equality, and women empowerment. As a result, Rwanda has shown impressive economic resilience, which has been accompanied by improvement in social indicators like the following. Rwanda is a global leader in promoting gender equality, with the highest percentage of female in parliament, with 63.75% in the Chamber of Deputies and 53.8% in the Senate. Life expectancy has increased significantly, reaching 69.6 years by 2022. Excellencies, the Parliament of Rwanda plays a vital role in advancing social development and justice. Through oversight activities, the Parliament ensures that all policies and programs established are effectively implemented and do uplift the lives of Rwandans. In that context, I would like to reiterate that social development and social and justice are indeed global issues. Thus, as members of Parliament, representatives of people, let's play our part to make sure that our government give high priority to the social development and justice programs for uplifting the standards of the lives of our people. Right Honorable the President, Excellencies, regarding the accusation made by DRC delegation against my country, Rwanda, as usual, they are false, baseless, and misleading. I would like to recall only the following. The DRC government is actively collaborating with FDLR, the UN-sanctioned group responsible for committing the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, where more than 1 million Tutsi were decimated. This collaboration with FDLR has undermined the region's effort for peace and constitutes an existential threat to Rwanda. But the main conflict that was referring to the representative of DRC is an internal issue for DRC itself. Fortunately, there are mechanisms to resolve that conflict that are set by EAC and DRC and SADC, and then endorsed by the African Union. Currently, there are clear indications that those mechanisms
Thank
are
you.
working
Kindly
well
conclude.
and
Your time
moving
is up.
in the,
Your time is up.
the right direction. Rwanda is always for peace and has been working tirelessly to support regional efforts aimed at bringing stability to the region and beyond. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, at this point, we have a message. Today, 7th April, is one to remember. Exactly 31 years ago, one of the worst episodes in our recent history began. The genocide that led to the death of more than 800,000 civilians, primarily Tutsis, but also moderate Hutus in Rwanda. The international community unanimously and firmly condemned the horrors of this atrocity. This memorable date coincides with our 150th Assembly here in Tashkent. Remembering the victims of this tragedy today reminds us why we must continue fighting to prevent such atrocities from happening again. This day is also a reminder of how far we have come as an international community. The crime of genocide is now internationally prohibited under the Rome Statute of International Criminal Court, while several countries have also recognized genocide as a criminal offense in their domestic legislation. Sadly, genocide did not end in 1994. Many other mass atrocities have been recorded since then, while some are still being committed today. Creating national strategies, mechanisms, and structures for preventing genocide is more relevant than ever. No state or individual is safe from atrocities. Preventing genocide is a collective obligation. It is our duty as IPU, as the global parliamentary community, as promoters of peace, to continue fighting on behalf of those victims towards achieving a long and lasting peace. In the meantime, I propose that we observe a minute of silence in memory of the victims of genocide, including the one that occurred in Rwanda 31 years ago. Please, can we stand and observe a minute of silence? Thank you very much. We may resume our seats. The representative of New Zealand can now take the floor, to be followed by Francophonie, Parliament of Francophonie. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, to build a fair and prosperous society by using parliamentary action for social development and justice, it is imperative that we get the basics right. This means ensuring equal rights and access to government services based on need and providing energy in abundance and at a reasonable cost. Every individual, regardless of their background, should have the same rights and opportunities. This is not just a moral imperative, but a practical necessity for social cohesion and progress. Discrimination based on ethnicity, gender, or any other characteristic undermines the very fabric of our society. Our laws and policies must reflect this commitment to equality. We must adopt a needs-based approach, ensuring that resources are allocated to those who need and affordable energy.
Thank you, thank you. Next is the Parliamentary Assembly of La Francophonie, to be followed by Cyprus.
Madame la Présidente de séance, Madame la Présidente de l'Union interparlementaire, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidents d'Assemblée, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers collègues parlementaires. Le thème choisi par la 150e Assemblée de l'Union interparlementaire trouve un écho particulier pour l'Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie et ses 95 membres adhérents sur les 5 continents, car il est au cœur des services que nous rendons à nos parlements membres. En soutenant des réformes ambitieuses, en produisant des outils concrets et en favorisant l'échange entre sections, la francophonie parlementaire, tout comme l'UIP, agit comme catalyseur d'un changement durable. Elle est heureuse de vous présenter plusieurs initiatives concrètes en la matière. La première est relative à l'adoption récente d'un corpus législatif sur la budgétisation sensible au genre. S'engager pour l'inclusion des femmes, c'est faire progresser les droits sociétaux de l'ensemble de la société. Ce corpus se compose de 2 volets, un état des lieux des législations de l'espace francophone et un guide opérationnel avec 10 fiches techniques conçues pour accompagner les parlements, quel que soit leur niveau d'avancement. Ces fiches identifient les secteurs prioritaires comme l'éducation ou la santé et proposent des outils concrets, y compris pour intégrer la budgétisation sensible au genre dans le fonctionnement interne des parlements. Par ailleurs, l'APF est particulièrement attentive aux enjeux de la scolarisation des filles. Assurer l'accès à l'école pour toutes, c'est investir en faveur du progrès de toute la société. En effet, une fille instruite devient une femme autonome, capable de transformer son environnement et de briser le cycle de pauvreté. De plus, la non-scolarisation de la fille vient de pair avec le mariage précoce, qui constitue une violation grave des droits des enfants et empêche l'émancipation des petites victimes. Une autre initiative concrète à venir de l'APF est un corpus législatif sur les questions financières. Garantir les droits des citoyens sur les questions financières, c'est assurer leur sécurité juridique, protéger leurs moyens de subsistance et prévenir les conflits liés à l'accès à la terre. L'Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie entend renforcer son action en la matière. Après plusieurs séminaires de sensibilisation, nous allons engager un travail structurant pour produire un corpus législatif sur cette question. Celui-ci visera à fournir un cadre de référence technico-juridique pour sécuriser les droits fonciers et réduire les litiges autour de l'accès et de l'usage des terres. Il comprendra les réformes nationales dans une perspective de justice sociale, de sécurité juridique et de développement durable. Parce que la question sociale et la question environnementale sont intimement liées, je souhaite partager avec vous le travail effectué par l'Assemblée des pays francophones. Pour favoriser la diffusion et l'appropriation de ce corpus par le Parlement francophone, l'APF a organisé depuis 1 an 4 séminaires, ateliers régionaux en Afrique, en Guinée équatoriale, en Mauritanie, aux Seychelles et au Togo, avec à la clé, dans ce dernier, l'adoption d'une loi climat ambitieuse il y a moins d'1 mois. Au printemps prochain, nous élargirons ce déploiement vers l'Asie du Sud-Est, plus précisément en Thaïlande. Sur la question environnementale, l'APF a également engagé une réflexion devant déboucher sur un corpus législatif consacré à l'exploitation durable des ressources minières. Cela constitue un enjeu crucial pour prévenir la spoliation des biens et garantir que les richesses du sous-sol profitent réellement aux populations. Il nous semble essentiel à cet effet de mettre en place des cadres législatifs transparents et équitables, favorisant une gouvernance responsable du secteur. Une telle approche permettrait de renforcer l'appropriation locale des ressources naturelles, de stimuler le développement social inclusif et d'assurer que les revenus générés contribuent effectivement à l'amélioration des conditions de vie, à l'éducation, à la santé et à l'infrastructure des communautés concernées. Il ne peut y avoir de justice sociale sans paix ni sécurité. Ces deux conditions sont des fondations indispensables sur lesquelles repose la dignité humaine, l'égalité des chances et le développement durable. Sans stabilité, les droits fondamentaux sont fragilisés, les inégalités s'aggravent et les institutions peinent à garantir un accès équitable aux services, à l'éducation ou à la participation citoyenne. C'est pour ça la promotion de la paix et la sécurité doit être aussi au cœur de notre action parlementaire. Dans cette optique, la diplomatie parlementaire continue de démontrer sa pertinence dans un monde secoué par de profondes mutations, marqué par la remise en cause du multilatéralisme et par les tensions croissantes. L'APF et les 95 parlements adhérents demeure un vecteur de rassemblement aux côtés de l'Union interparlementaire. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Cyprus, to be followed by Germany.
Madam President, the recent announcement by the United States regarding we must acknowledge the unintended consequences such measures may have, especially on smaller export-reliant economies and on the global stability at large. I believe that open markets and fair competition can drive prosperity, but I also believe in the responsibility of the state to ensure that this prosperity is inclusive and sustainable. Social development and justice are the foundation of strong and resilient societies. In Cyprus, we understand that economic policy is not just about numbers. It's about people and families facing inflationary pressures, young people looking for opportunity in an increasingly uncertain universe. That is why parliamentary action matters, because it is through parliaments that values are translated into real policies. We therefore need to focus on three areas. Through legislation, we need to prepare our economies to be resilient to global shocks without overburdening future generations with unsustainable debt. Secondly, we need to provide opportunity to ensure that even in a more protectionist global climate, we invest in innovation, education that empowers citizens to adapt and thrive. And lastly, we must strengthen cooperation through international parliamentary dialogue so that we can advocate for trade frameworks that are not only strategic, but fair and mutually beneficial. Protectionism must not come at the cost of global stability and prosperity. But social development is not just about economics. It is also about peace, security, and justice. More than half century after the illegal Turkish invasion of Cyprus in 1974, 37% of our territory remains occupied. This injustice prevents thousands of Cypriots from returning to their homes and undermines our country's full economic and social potential that can lead to prosperity and development for all Cypriots. A truly just world must uphold international law and protect the right of sovereign states to exist in peace and security. Sustainable development cannot thrive where fundamental rights and territorial integrity are ignored. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. German, you have the floor, to be followed by Uganda.
Madam President, dear colleagues, let me begin with a quote of our former president of the German Bundestag, and long years he was a leader of our IPU delegation as well. You may remember him. It's Dr. Norbert Lammert, and he said, "It is not the government that keeps the parliament, but the parliament that determines and controls the government." What does that mean? In the system of separation of powers, the democratic legitimacy of the members of parliament directly elected in their constituencies, who know the living conditions of people throughout the country, is the strongest. This also gives them, or us, a special responsibility to represent the different interests of citizens and to develop solutions that serve the best to everybody and to the common good. In view of the global challenges of our time, growing inequality, climate change, a tense global political situation, and democratic backsliding, just to name a few, we need strong, and we are, self-confident parliaments with effective control in relation to the government in office. One of the great challenges of our time is the social development and justice on the national level as well as on the international level. Our German constitution and many of yours recognizes the human dignity and equal rights of every human being, regardless of social or ethnic origin, religion, age, or gender. Because it's no one's merit to be born in a rich or poor family, as a man or woman with one ethnicity or another. Nevertheless, there are also different levels of wealth and income in Germany, but it is concern of politics to ensure social security and a strong middle of society and to prevent the gap from widening too far. Let me highlight some points that are crucial in a modern welfare state. It is essential that everyone has access to free education and additional grants if needed, so that everyone can achieve professional and social advancement through their own efforts. And as a good example, I'd like to mention the Goethe School here in Tashkent that I had the opportunity to visit some days ago. And this school offers high-level education for every child without any fees. That's great. It's a part of social justice that higher incomes are taxed at much higher rates than lower incomes, and that family burdens are taken into account. After all, the strong shoulders have to bear more than the weak shoulders. Furthermore, the welfare state includes insurance that covers the major risks of life as poverty due to age, to illness, or unemployment. A pension in old age that is not a charity handout, but the reward for many years of work and own contributions paid in. We have legally required health insurance and unemployment insurance that give every person the necessary personal security. And with this personal security, it gives courage to build something up for themselves and for their families. But, and that is also important, solidarity is not a one-way street. Everyone must do what they can to stand on their own feet and make their contribution to the community. Then they can also rely on the help of the community when they themselves need support. I am convinced that these are preconditions to social justice, to development and prosperity in the country, and also to peace, both internally and externally. We see evidence in many countries that it leads to war, lack of freedom, and great suffering when there is wealth for only the few and poverty without any opportunity for others, or when one gender has the power and the other is oppressed. Dear colleagues, social justice is not a coincidence and not a luxury. It is a political decision. As parliamentarians, we shape laws, we manage budgets, we set priorities.
Kindly wind up.
That's it, what people
Your time is
expect
up.
from
Thank you.
us, and we make it reality. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Cyprus. Oh, German, sorry. Uganda, you have the floor, to be followed by Philippines.
Madam President and all other distinguished delegates, I bring to you greetings from Parliament of Uganda, headed by the Right Honorable Speaker Annette Anita Among. In regard to Uganda fostering social development and justice, the IPU underscores the aspect of human rights as a precursor for development and democracy. In this 150th Assembly, the IPU's overall theme is parliamentary action for social development and justice. By providing us a platform to deliberate, exchange views, and galvanize parliamentary action in this area. As such, the Parliament of Uganda's role towards social justice and development is evidenced through legislations, namely the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Sustainability Development Goals, exemplifies Parliament's dedication to aligning national policies with global development objectives. The Forum ensures that legislation and national development plans are in harmony with the Sustainable Development Goals, advocating for adequate resources and integrated approaches to achieve these targets. The Parliament of Uganda has been instrumental in passing laws that ensures the social safety nets. Examples include Children's Act 2016, which regulates children's rights, and the Domestic Violence Act 2010, whose objective is to address gender-based violence and protection of vulnerable groups. Through forums such as the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Social Protection, the members of Parliament have championed the rights and empowerment of vulnerable groups. This forum facilitates stakeholders' engagement and legislative advocacy, aiming for social and economic transformation for marginalized communities in Uganda. Furthermore, the Parliament of Uganda has enacted laws relating to education, such as Education Act 28, catering for primary,
and Post-Primary, the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act 2021, and the Universal Primary Education UPE Policy 1997, the TAVET Policy 2019, which have all expanded accesses to education. In addition to legal framework, the Parliament of Uganda also appropriates resources to fund the different education programs. In the health sector, the Parliament of Uganda has passed useful laws such as the Public Health Act 2023, which ensures public safety through disease control and sanitation policies. In addition, Parliament has deliberated on the national health insurance. We have private insurance, which covers only 0.5% of the country's GDP. To curb this crisis, the MPs passed the National Health Insurance Bill in 2021 aimed at equity, accessibility, and affordability of health care for all Ugandans. The labor and employment laws, such as the Employment Act 2006, the Equal Opportunities Act 2007, the Workers' Compensation Act 2000, the Occupational Safety and Health Act 2006, which are all concerned with regulating fair pay, working conditions, and employees' rights. For social justice, the Parliament of Uganda has instituted measures to improve the justice delivery system, reforms to enhance the efficiency and transparency of courts, and these include, but limited to, Human Rights Enforcement Act 2019, which enhances enforcement of human rights and providing mechanism for redress in such violations. In conclusion, the Parliament of Uganda is committed to promoting the social development and social justice agenda for addressing vulnerability, ensuring peace, security, and promoting justice and human freedoms. This is mainly through proactive legislation, diligent oversight, and dedicated representation, and a combination of efforts to create an inclusive society where equity and human dignity are paramount. In a very special way, allow me extend our gratitude and appreciation to the organizers and the host country for the wonderful organization and preparations of the 150th Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Philippines, you have the floor.
Fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In Filipino, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. It is a privilege to stand before you today as we reaffirm our collective commitment to social development and justice, pillars that shape the future of our societies. While global commitments such as the 1995 Copenhagen Declaration and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development aim to advance these goals, inequality remains deeply entrenched. Economic disparities persist, climate change exacerbates vulnerabilities, and marginalized groups continue to face barriers. The Philippine Development Report of 2024 highlights our steady economic progress with GDP growth, a declining unemployment rate, and dropping poverty incidence. But while the Philippines has made significant progress, challenges remain in gender equality, climate action, and clean energy access. We have the power to bridge economic and social gaps, expand social protection for the most vulnerable, and implement policies that foster sustainable and equitable growth. Through collective responsibility, we can translate economic gains into meaningful improvements in the lives of our people. And as the Philippines commemorates 100 years since joining the Inter-Parliamentary Union, We reaffirm our commitment to its ideals, including its aim to promote social development and justice. It is a perfect opportunity to reflect on key legislation which underscores this commitment. To address poverty eradication and access to essential services, we enacted the National Health Insurance Act to expand health care coverage, and the expanded Senior Citizens Act, which provides elderly support. Additionally, the Food Donation Act combats hunger by promoting surplus food distribution. Equally crucial to social development is ensuring decent and productive work for Filipinos. Thus, we enacted the Public Employment Service Office Act, which connects job seekers to opportunities. The Special Program for Employment of Students Act, Amendment Act, which supports working students, and the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration Act institutionalizes protection and welfare programs for millions of our overseas Filipino workers. The Philippine Green Jobs Act incentivizes businesses to create jobs for a just transition into a sustainable economy. On social inclusion, we enacted the following. The Magna Carta of Women upholds gender equality. The expanded Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act strengthens protection to victims. And the Magna Carta for Persons with Disabilities Amendment Act enhances employment, education, and social services access. And looking forward, ongoing legislative efforts such as the Poverty Reduction through Social Entrepreneurship Act and the Magna Carta for Workers in the Informal Economy aim to uplift the marginalized groups, and meanwhile, the Blue Economy Act and the Sustainable Cities and Communities Act advance climate resilience. And on a larger scale, with the passage of the Loss and Damage Fund Board Act, the Philippines now hosts the board, a privilege and responsibility in our role in global climate action and finance decision-making. As a founding member of the United Nations, the Philippines has contributed actively and steadfastly in promoting its principles and has established itself as a reliable partner, innovative pathfinder, and committed peacemaker. In continuation of this commitment, the Philippines has lodged its bid for a non-permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council for the term 2027 and 2028. We pledge to strengthen the rule of law and create an environment for all individuals to live with dignity, respect, and justice, and we count on the international community to support our bid, the United Nations Security Council. And as we approach the Second World Summit for Social Development in 2025, let us work toward a new social contract, one that guarantees universal access to essential services, protect workers' rights, and equal opportunities for all. And in closing, honorable colleagues, true progress is driven by an inclusive economy that prioritizes well-being, protects natural resources, and ensures equal opportunities for all. Let us legislate with vision, act with urgency, and build a future where no one is left behind. Thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you very much. We will now listen to the speaker from the United Nations Development Program. You have the floor.
Your Excellency Tulia Axon, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, honorable speakers, deputy speakers, and members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United Nations Development Program, I extend our gratitude for the invitation to join the 150th Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly. Amid rapid technological transformation, parliaments play a crucial role in ensuring that economic and digital progress serves people and not the other way around. This also requires rethinking how global economic systems operate, expanding fiscal space for social investment, advancing debt sustainability, and ensuring fair access to financing for countries at all stages of development. Around the world, UNDP is working alongside countries, parliaments, and communities to place social development and justice at the center of national priorities. We supported 86 countries to link national development strategies with financing and implementing plans through integrated national financing frameworks, or INFFs. INFF is a planning and a delivery tool to help countries strengthen planning processes and overcome obstacles to financing sustainable development and the SDGs at national level. Progress must be measured not only in GDP, but in lives improved, inequalities reduced, and ecosystems protected. This is the essence of social development, growth that serves both people and planet. For this reason, we measure Human Development Index as the average achievement in key dimensions of human development: a long and healthy life, being knowledgeable, and having a decent standard of living. The urgency of addressing structural inequalities that impede social development and justice has never been more evident. As the United Nations Secretary General outlined in our common agenda, what we need is a renewed social contract, one anchored in human rights and shaped by solidarity, aiming for universal social protection, fair wages, and decent work. What is also needed is increased participation of women, youth, and minority groups in decision-making. In collaboration with the United Nations Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia, UNDP supported the parliaments in establishing the Central Asia Women Leaders Caucus in 2021. Over the past 5 years, we have witnessed progress in women's political participation, youth involvement, and the adoption of transformative legislation, such as criminalization of domestic violence. I'm pleased that Uzbekistan will again assume the presidency during next year, and we renew our commitment to supporting your efforts. Distinguished delegates, as we look ahead to the Second World Summit for Social Development, there is an opportunity and a responsibility to renew our collective ambition, to build societies that are more inclusive, more resilient, and more equal, and to ensure that no one is left behind, not in rhetoric, but in practice. In a world facing growing economic uncertainty, climate disruption, and deepening inequality, parliaments can help bridge divides and build consensus around the values that we share: dignity, solidarity, and opportunity for all. UNDP is proud to stand with you in this effort, offering our expertise, partnerships, and a global platform to support your leadership and help turn these aspirations into a reality. I thank you.
Thank you very much, UNDP. Dear colleagues, there's been a slight delay on the consideration of the emergency item, so we'll continue with our debate. The next speaker will be from Poland, to be followed by Slovenia.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, sustainable development meets today's needs without harming the future. Key issues include environmental damage, social inequality, and geopolitical instability, like the war in Ukraine. It has been 10 years since the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals were adopted as a global roadmap for a better future. However, achieving these goals is proving harder, with growing differences between developed and developing countries, making progress even more difficult. The COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine have slowed progress the Agenda 2030. The pandemic hit public health and economic hard, while the war caused energy, food, inflation, and debt crisis. In response, countries in the Development Assistance Committee increased aid. However, since 2020, much of this aid has gone off taking the pandemic and war effects, reducing support for sustainable development goals, especially in developing countries. Poland leads in reducing poverty and improving education, performing above the EU average. All through, more work is needed on hunger, clean water access, and ocean protection. Progress comes from regional policies, local government efforts, business partnership, and community involvement. Polish regions have relatively recently taken the opportunity of incorporating the agenda's goals into their new strategic documents, which are up to date. They have approached the issues identified in different ways, but which can nonetheless be systematically monitored. This strategy is working well for us. Therefore, when analyzing process, the characteristics of regional development should be taken into account. Poland needs strong partnership between the government, local authorities, business, and others to keep growing. Companies show social responsibility to funding community projects. In Poland, they help build local infrastructure and support culture and education events. While municipalities fund most of these projects, company contribution can be crucial, especially in poorer areas. At the heart of the adaptation process, however, lies a series of crossing-cutting regulations enacted by Parliament. At this point, I'd like to highlight the very important role that parliaments around the world have to play in preparing legislation with a view to implementing the goals of the agenda. Poland has introduced new laws on immigrant work, integration, and support. The country is shifting from short-term labor migration to more permanent settlement, including workers' families. This means greater efforts are needed for integration, not just faster work permits. The arrival of Ukrainian refugees greatly impacts migration policy, bringing both challenges and opportunities. Faced with the great challenges brought about the negative changes taking place not only in the European community, we see that it's necessary to cooperate with like-minded partners, especially with democratic countries around the world. As a global community, we need to support each other. As trends that weaken democracy become evident globally and populist and authoritarian tendencies can be seen in an increasing number of countries, even of those with well-established democratic traditions. This threatens our pursuit of sustainable development, a better life for all of us and future generations. Faced with a critical choice in the light of rapid geopolitical change, we must collectively defend the path we embarked on 10 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Slovenia, you have the floor, to be followed by Sweden.
Madam President, dear colleagues, social development and justice, which we have placed at the heart of this assembly, are deeply intertwined with our core societal values. Yet, despite ongoing efforts to build a just and solidarity-based society, we continue to face challenges that require deeper reflection and more decisive action. Slovenia takes pride in its commitment to reducing poverty risk, but this does not mean that full social justice has been achieved. A segment of the population still experiences some form of social exclusion, whether due to poverty of limited access to basic necessities and services. This is particularly true for vulnerable groups such as elderly, the homeless, the long-term unemployment, people with disabilities, and members of various ethnic communities. A key challenge in social development is ensuring equal opportunities, all resources to support individuals facing long-term unemployment and social exclusion. I would also like to highlight two key political priorities of my country. First, the establishment of a comprehensive long-term care system to improve the affordability and accessibility of essential services, particularly for elder individuals in situations, many of whom are women. Second, the development of sustainable system for financing and construction affordable rental housing. Ladies and gentlemen, promoting social development and justice is a shared responsibility of society as a whole. Only through collective efforts and a clear vision of equal opportunities for all can we build in a sustainable and just society. Parliamentarians play a crucial role in this process that I therefore welcome today's debate, which I believe marks a meaningful step forward in our shared efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sweden, you have the floor, to be followed by Chad.
Honorable President, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the host country, Uzbekistan, for your great hospitality, generosity, and warm welcome to the beautiful city of Tashkent. It is more important than ever to safeguard democracy, human rights, and the respect for countries' territorial integrity in times where these fundamental rights and rule-based international order is being challenged. The strength of any society lies on its ability to provide equal opportunities for all. And in Sweden, gender equality is not just a policy that you can choose. It is a foundation of our society. And this is no coincidence. It is the result of decades of deliberate parliamentary action and role models, both among men and women. We have an active gender equality group also in our parliament, with both men and women in all political parties. Madam President, and if we are serious in our work to get more women into politics and into positions of leadership, we need to make it possible to combine official duties with family life. The possibility to take parental leave and benefit from childcare and reasonable voting times has been crucial to me as a mother of 3 children. Actually, the first one born during my first year in Parliament. Without these possibilities, I would have stepped down a long time ago, and so many other women with me. Our Swedish model, with our welfare system, is also not only a policy, but a foundation on which our society is built. We can discuss and debate differences in degree of taxation and the various actors in the welfare sector, but the fact that the basic needs, such as childcare, schools, education, healthcare, health insurance, parental leave, and pensions, etc., should be financed jointly through taxes is fundamental in Sweden and so important to provide the same preconditions in life. Madam President, a challenge worldwide, including in Sweden, that prevents both gender equality and security in general is gender-based violence and harassments. And the place that should be the safest place for women, their own home, for far too many women has become the most dangerous place, life-threatening, and at worst, a deadly place. This affects women all over the world. And as parliamentarians, both men and women, we need to do everything in our power to stop this. both through legislation and by acting as an example. Unfortunately, things that should be illegal and be considered as sexual harassment are all too lightly given exposure in social media today. And unfortunately, this has become so common that tolerance level have been raised. A new study by the IPU in partnership with CPA and AIPA exposes the pervasive nature of sexism, harassment and violence against women in parliaments. They show that women parliamentarians are targeted by hate speech, disinformation and image-based abuse. And we recently had a seminar about these matters in the Swedish Parliament. Let us together speak out and say no when we see this happening and reverse the trend, creating a less polarized conversational climate with respect for each other's differences, genders, opinions and backgrounds. Madam President, the ultimate and most devastating obstacle to security and welfare and gender equality is war and conflicts. In war, it is often women and children who are affected the most. And in Europe, we have the worst security policy situation since the Second World War. This follows Russia's full-scale aggressive invasion of Ukraine, and many women and children have been killed and had to flee the country, and women have been kidnapped and abducted to Russia. And I cannot even begin to imagine their pain. And during a war, many years of schooling can be lost, and the whole of society, some are put on hold. And also, in the Hamas attack on 7th October, completely innocent people were killed, including small children. And in the war that followed, women and children have been affected extremely badly in Gaza. Regrettably, there have been far too many examples about this in the world. But in the middle of these difficulties, I think it is important to highlight also positive events that have been taking place. And I have spent several days in the host country of Uzbekistan and had many good meetings and visits. And even if there are still challenges, I see a great development when it comes to social reforms and gender equality, for example, criminalization of domestic violence. And me and my colleagues, our other two deputy speakers in Swedish Parliament this spring made several international visits.
Your time is up.
And we see also positive development in several countries, among them Saudi Arabia and Qatar, where women now, before they couldn't drive cars, and now they drive buses, trains, and are working even as astronauts. And we see also women in labor market and business. And I think I'm very happy to see these positive
Thank you. Your time
examples.
is up.
So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Chad, you have the floor to be followed by Angola.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidents, Vice-présidents et parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs, qu'il me soit permis, avant tout, d'adresser à cette auguste Assemblée les regrets de M. Ali Kouloutou Tchaimi, président de l'Assemblée nationale du Tchad, qui a bien voulu prendre part à ces assises, mais qui, pour des contraintes d'agenda, n'a pu faire le déplacement de Tashkent. Il m'a donc chargé de transmettre à Madame la Présidente et à toutes les délégations ici présentes ses chaleureuses salutations et ses vœux de plein succès à nos travaux. Mon pays, le Tchad, très attaché aux valeurs que porte l'Union interparlementaire, ne pouvait manquer ce rendez-vous important de la 150e Assemblée qui constitue un cadre idéal d'analyse et de réflexion permettant aux parlementaires de contribuer à la construction d'un monde plus juste et plus équitable, résolument tourné vers le progrès et le bien-être des populations. L'Assemblée nationale du Tchad tient à remercier le pays hôte, l'Ouzbékistan, pour la qualité exceptionnelle de l'accueil et adresse toutes ses félicitations aux autorités de ce pays ainsi qu'au comité d'organisation pour les dispositions prises afin de réserver aux participants un très agréable séjour. Madame la Présidente, cette 150e Assemblée parlementaire qui nous réunit ce jour-ci se distingue par l'importance du thème choisi qui vise, faut-il le rappeler, à apporter les réponses appropriées à la problématique de l'éradication de la pauvreté, la promotion du travail décent et productif et l'inclusion sociale. Permettez-moi, Madame la Présidente, de saisir cette opportunité pour transmettre à l'Union interparlementaire et aux membres du jury du prix Kremer-Passy les sincères remerciements du maréchal Mahamat Idriss Déby Itno, président de la République du Tchad, d'avoir honoré son pays en octroyant à l'unanimité ce prestigieux prix à l'ancien président de l'Assemblée nationale, Dr Haroun Kabadi, devenu aujourd'hui président du Sénat suite aux récentes élections sénatoriales. Je voudrais également profiter de cette occasion pour porter à la connaissance des participants à cette Assemblée que mon pays, le Tchad, qui était en transition, est revenu à l'ordre constitutionnel avec un Parlement bicaméral comptant 188 députés, dont 68 femmes, soit un taux de 34%, et 69 sénateurs, dont 34 femmes, soit un taux de 50%. Le Parlement du Tchad entend s'approprier les questions soulevées par le thème de cette Assemblée et les pistes de solutions y relatives pour aider à la promotion du développement et de la justice. Dans cette perspective, notre Parlement poursuivra le travail d'amélioration du cadre législatif pour faciliter le traitement des questions liées à l'accès des populations aux services de base, notamment l'éducation, la santé, eau potable, électricité, logement, etc. De même, il utilisera, comme il l'a toujours fait, les moyens d'information et de contrôle parlementaire à sa disposition pour s'assurer que des réponses adéquates soient apportées plus exactement par le gouvernement à la problématique de la lutte contre la pauvreté à travers le renforcement des infrastructures dans les zones rurales. La justice sociale, constituant l'un des piliers majeurs de la stabilité et de la cohésion nationale, le Parlement agira avec diligence pour l'inclusion sociale en s'assurant de l'effectivité de l'application des lois qui promeuvent les droits des femmes, des jeunes et des personnes en situation de handicap. C'est dire que notre Parlement continuera de jouer un rôle de premier plan dans la mise en œuvre des objectifs de développement durable, matérialisés par la mise en place au niveau de chaque chambre d'une commission permanente chargée de l'évaluation de la mise en œuvre de ces ODD, ainsi que d'une commission ayant pour mission d'évaluer les politiques publiques. Les nombreuses initiatives prises par le Parlement du Tchad visent, entre autres, à contrôler et évaluer la mise en œuvre du projet de société sur la base duquel le maréchal Mahamat Idriss Déby Itno, président de la République, chef de l'État, a été élu pour le quinquennat 2024-2029. Ce projet comporte 12 chantiers et 100 actions à réaliser, lesquelles couvrent l'ensemble des préoccupations exprimées ici par les différents orateurs. Outre la lutte contre la pauvreté et la réduction des inégalités, ce projet de société est également axé sur le développement des formations professionnelles en adéquation avec le marché du travail, la promotion de l'entrepreneuriat des jeunes, la lutte contre les différentes formes de discrimination, la scolarité gratuite des enfants au niveau fondamental et la gratuité de l'enseignement supérieur pour les filles. Malgré d'importants efforts consentis, plusieurs défis restent à relever. C'est pourquoi il est indispensable de renforcer les capacités des parlementaires afin de leur permettre de mieux analyser les questions sociales tout en améliorant la participation citoyenne. Pour finir, Madame la Présidente, je formule les vœux de plein succès aux travaux tenus en marge de ces assises, notamment le Forum des femmes parlementaires de l'UIP qui célèbre son 40e anniversaire, ainsi que les travaux des autres organes de notre prestigieuse organisation parlementaire mondiale. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you. Angola, you have the floor.
Muito obrigada. Excelência Senhora Muti, Presidente da Sessão, Excelências, distintos delegados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Em nome da Delegação de Angola, gostaria de expressar os nossos cumprimentos e a nossa gratidão ao povo e às autoridades do Uzbequistão pela calorosa hospitalidade, assim como à União Interparlamentar pelo seu compromisso inabalável com o diálogo e a cooperação internacional. O tema desta Assembleia, Ação Parlamentar para o Desenvolvimento Social e Justiça, mais do que um ideal, é uma necessidade urgente. Num mundo marcado por desigualdades crescentes, os parlamentos devem ser pilares da democracia, da inclusão e do progresso social. Angola participa neste evento com um profundo sentido de responsabilidade. O debate em pauta nesta sessão está alinhado com os valores que orientam a nossa ação: justiça, equidade e sustentabilidade. Partilhamos da convicção de que é tempo de renovar o contrato social entre o Estado e os cidadãos, com base nos direitos humanos, na igualdade de oportunidades e no acesso universal a serviços essenciais como a educação, a saúde, a habitação e a proteção social. Excelências, Angola tem desenvolvido esforços consistentes para melhorar a vida e as condições de vida da população. O programa Quenda, de apoio direto às famílias em situação de vulnerabilidade e a inclusão produtiva, prevendo que até 2027 este programa possa beneficiar 1,5 milhões de famílias, ou seja, cerca de 33% da população angolana. A expansão do ensino básico e secundário gratuito, que beneficia milhões de crianças, bem como a melhoria de infraestruturas de saúde, com a construção e reabilitação de hospitais e centros médicos, alargando o acesso aos serviços primários, sobretudo no meio rural. No que concerne ao combate à pobreza, ao desemprego juvenil e à desigualdade de género, temos apostado em programas de empoderamento feminino, que promovem a participação ativa das mulheres na política e em cargos de decisão, assim como medidas de apoio ao empreendedorismo juvenil e à formação profissional, preparando os jovens para o desafiante mercado de trabalho atual. A juventude é o presente da nossa nação. Investir nos jovens é investir no desenvolvimento económico e social de Angola. Reconhecemos também o papel da inovação e da digitalização no combate à exclusão social. Por isso, temos promovido a literacia digital com centros de formação tecnológica nas zonas urbanas e rurais, garantindo que todos participem na nova economia digital. Ao nível legislativo, continuamos a promover reformas que visam o crescimento económico, a inclusão social e o fortalecimento do Estado democrático e de direito. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, o desenvolvimento sustentável e a justiça social são indispensáveis. Precisamos de uma agenda global integrada, onde a cooperação internacional, a paz e a troca de boas práticas estejam no centro das prioridades. Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com os objetivos que assegure julgamentos justos e imparciais. Acreditamos que a União Interparlamentar tem um papel essencial na revitalização do multilateralismo e na promoção de políticas públicas centradas nas pessoas. A cooperação entre parlamentos é crucial para respondermos de forma inclusiva e eficaz aos desafios globais. Excelências, encorajamos o diálogo contínuo entre os parlamentos para que possamos partilhar experiências e aplicar soluções inovadoras em prol da justiça social e do desenvolvimento sustentável. Angola estará presente e ativa na 2ª Cimeira Mundial para o Desenvolvimento Social em novembro no Catar, levando consigo as aspirações do nosso povo. Juntos podemos transformar palavras em ações e construir um mundo mais justo e próspero para as gerações futuras. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. The next will be Bulgaria, to be followed by Latvia. Bulgaria, you have the floor. Latvia, you have the floor.
Latvia. Dear Chairperson, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would like to thank Uzbekistan for your great hospitality. Thank you, Rahmat. Dear parliamentarians, we represent our people who elected us to represent them and address their needs. However, globally, democracy is in decline, with many electing leaders who are limiting their rights, freedoms and participation. And I'm asking myself, why? Studies by World Bank, Freedom House and OECD indicate that social insecurity, inequality and disinformation contribute to declining trust in democratic institutions and rising populism. Sometimes politicians focus too much poorly on economic growth. However, if we prioritize gross national product while neglecting issues of inequality, that fosters social insecurity and undermines social cohesion. High levels of inequality increase the risks of political instability and hinder economic growth. Sustainable growth must address disparities in income and opportunity, ensuring that economic progress benefits all segments of society. Also, climate change-induced insecurity fosters xenophobia and authoritarianism, where disinformation targets economically and socially insecure people, exploiting their desire for simple explanations for complex problems. Another alarming consequence is that youth are becoming apathetic to policy making and do not see a future where their voices are heard. So, and what we can do now? I believe that a stronger commitment to social justice and reducing inequality is essential. Therefore, Latvia, as in many other countries, we focus on these questions, and we have also achieved tangible progress. Firstly, ensuring universal social protection and services for the most vulnerable. In Latvia, we established a universal basket of social services. And we are working toward enabling finances for affordable housing and also improving access to medicine. Implementing progressive income taxation to reduce inequality. Latvia has recently taken steps to ensure a more progressive tax system, benefiting 80% of working people, especially with lowest incomes. Initiated by our president, we started discussion on expanding public participation mechanisms, such as referendums, to strengthen public trust in democratic institutions. In Latvia, we actively seek ways to enhance citizen engagement in decision-making processes. We have a digital and open government and parliament. We work extensively to combat disinformation and ensure fair elections with transparency in limited monetary influence. Another key area is the involvement of youth in policy making, offering their participation in political processes via youth parliament and earlier election observers from the age of 16. Besides our work within the country, international justice is equally important. Democracy's decline in one country is a threat also to other neighboring countries. Research shows that the risk of authoritarian countries threatening their neighbors is much higher. Furthermore, the international rights system is a shield for us all. Over 600 million people in small countries, 5 billion in developing countries, and over 1 billion threatened by climate change depend on global frameworks for protection. If the international system collapses, injustice and conflict will flourish. Upholding these frameworks is essential for billions' survival. Therefore, Latvia supports the joint efforts for social justice and international cooperation to secure our democratic freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you, Latvia. We now have Bulgaria. Bulgaria, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, respected speakers of national parliaments, honorable parliamentarians, dear hosts from beautiful and magical Uzbekistan, thank you for the great organization of the 150th anniversary session of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. In Bulgaria, we have often heard about Uzbekistan referring as to the Pearl of Central Asia. But today, it is also the first country in the region to lead such a prestigious forum, an event. And you managed it so well that I have to thank you again. I thank Madam Speaker of the Senate of Uzbekistan, Tunzila Narbayeva, Mr. Ismailov, the Speaker of the Legislative Chamber of Uzbekistan, and to you, fellow parliamentarians from Uzbekistan, from the Oli Majlis, who have made our stay here unforgettable. The power of the Inter-Parliamentary Union lies in the cooperation between countries to strengthen democracy, sustainability, and human rights. These are also the causes that unite the national parliaments of more than 180 countries in the world. Social development and justice are at the heart of stability and prosperity in societies all over the world. According to a study by the United Nations Sustainable Development Group, more than half of the world's population, about 52.4%, benefits in some form of social protection. These figures reflect the significant progress in expanding social safety nets in different regions. And now I will speak about Bulgaria. My country ranks first in the European Union for the longest paid parental leave. Recently, the Bulgarian Parliament adopted an act that children up to the age of 7 are entitled to free medicines and medical treatment. Another social measure, which was introduced by a legislative decision in the year of 2022, is that kindergarten and nursery are free for every Bulgarian child, and they are available and provided by the state. As parliamentarians, we are all convinced that there is a need for comprehensive social protection systems that leave no one behind. I would like to share some of the legislative initiatives and changes that our parliament has been working on over the last 5 years. First, we made changes to the Bulgarian legislation promoting security and predictability of employment relations by guaranteeing employment and social security rights. We have made changes to improve opportunities for reconciling work and family responsibilities by respecting the work-life balance of parents and careers. We have been improving the legal framework for the integration of disabled persons into employment. We have listed measures for teleworking and security for parties
to the employment relationship. Legislative changes have been made to align social assistance policy with the general European social protection policy and to eliminate and streamline the social assistance system. Currently, the National Assembly has started the first reading of the Gender Equality Act to improve gender balance among directors of listed public companies. We are working hard for dialogue with various social groups. We hold discussions and deliberations on any legislative initiative that affects a large number of people. A leading priority for us has been the free access to education of high quality for Bulgarian children of all ages. And is there a better way to fight gender inequality, poverty, and social injustice than giving our kids good education and opportunities to lead their lives as citizens of the world, aware, well-educated, responsible, and respectable with concern to our planet and all mankind? We consider all the social protection laws that are about guaranteeing access to health care, pensions, unemployment benefits, support and inclusion of people with disabilities and special needs, fair
Kindly wind
wages.
up, your time is up.
I have listened with interest to all that you shared as experience and practices, and I am sure that there is a lot more to be done. We should be happy that there is no question why on the matter of social justice and development. The question is how.
Thank you.
How fast can we do it?
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Now we have United Republic of Tanzania. You have the floor.
Honorable President of the Assembly, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the 150th International Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly presents a crucial platform for addressing one of the most pressing global issues, ensuring social development and justice through effective parliamentary action. Social development and justice refers to fair and equitable access to opportunities, resources, and the rights that enable people to participate fully in social, economic, and political life. It ensures that people, regardless of their background, gender, or socio-economic status, can achieve their full potential and contribute to the national development. This people-centered vision of social development was reaffirmed by the 195 Copenhagen Declaration of Social Development and has been further carried forward by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. It has been affirmed constantly that none of the SDGs can be achieved without addressing structural inequalities, as well as meeting the needs of the most vulnerable and marginalized people. One of such, and yet their contribution to the national development is paramount, are the youth. In the global context, the youth are challenged by high level of unemployment, limited access to quality education and skills development, political marginalization and limited civic participation, social inequalities and discrimination, and digital divide and technological barriers, to mention a few. In the context of Tanzania, the Tanzanian youth demographic presents both a significant opportunity and a challenge for the national development. With a population of over 61 million, approximately 61% of the population is youth under the age of 35. accounting for about 34.5% of the total population and 64.5% of the working population. Challenges that face youth in Tanzania include unemployment, limited political participation, and limited access to resources. The parliaments hold a pivotal role in enacting policies that promote social development and justice. Tanzania government has undertaken several measures aimed at enhancing social development and justice for youth. Such measures include provision of free primary and secondary education, which is extended to all children of Tanzania attending public primary and secondary schools, hence giving opportunity to all Tanzanian children to attend basic primary and secondary education. Secondly is provision of education loan for university and college students, the loan which is tendered to the less privileged students. Other government measures in this respect are inclusive national policies and programs such as the National Youth Development Policy of 2007 that focuses on integrating youth into various sectors, emphasizing entrepreneurship, education, and gender and equity programs. Secondly, Youth Development Fund, which was established to provide financial support and training to young entrepreneurs, aiming to reduce unemployment and foster economic development. And third, local government revenue allocation for youth and women empowerment, which sets aside 10% of district council revenues to empower youth, women, and persons with a disability. The role of the Parliament of Tanzania in this regard includes to promote, to allocate budget, and to oversee over the implementation. Furthermore, following a comprehensive analysis of Tanzania laws from a gender perspective, the Parliament of Tanzania has repealed 2 discriminatory laws, amended 18 existing laws, and enacted 5 new laws to align Tanzania's legislative framework with international standards. In conclusion, parliaments play an essential role in ensuring social development and justice for youth through legislations, policy formulation, budget allocation, and oversight. By implementing these recommendations, the Parliament can create a fair and a just society where people have equal access to opportunities, rights, and resources. A commitment to inclusive policies, equitable resource allocation, and strong legislative actions will drive meaningful changes,
Your time is
fostering a future where youth are empowered to contribute to social and economic development.
Thank you.
Tanzania will continue to play its role in ensuring it renders support to the country's development and justice. Thank you very much for listening. Rahmat.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tanzania. Jordan, you have the floor.
معالي رئيسة الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي المحترمة، السيدات والسادة رؤساء وممثلي الوفود البرلمانية الكرام، أسعد الله أوقاتكم. لقد أصبح الإنسان وحشاً لأخيه الإنسان، وأصبحت النفس البشرية أكثر ميلاً للشر، وجنحت للأنا، وأباحت سفك الدم. ولدى الحديث عن جهودنا لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة والعدالة يمثل أمامي سلوك الإجرام بنهش الأنياب لبراءة وجوه الأطفال تحت حجج وادعاءات وأكاذيب سافرة فبدا ضعفنا جميعا في المجتمع الدولي ماثلا وصغيرا أمام مرآة الضمير والإنسانية. أقول هذا وأنا أرى آلاف الأطفال والنساء في غزة تحت الركام والدمار، وقد رحلوا إلى عدالة السماء بعدما ضاقت بهم الأرض التي استباحتها إسرائيل وسط صمت وانحياز معيب. وفوق ذلك يحاصرون الآن بقطع الماء والكهرباء ومنع وصول الطعام والغذاء، والأكثر سخرية ومأساة إن البعض يريد علاج الأمر بتهجيرهم من أرضهم، فبدلاً من معاقبة الجاني يتم إلقاء اللوم على الضحية. هل أكثر من هذا ظلماً يا سادة؟ أصحاب السعادة، إن المجتمع الدولي ومؤسساته تقف الآن أمام اختبار المصداقية، ولا أجد أبلغ من قول جلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني عندما قال إن تطبيق القانون الدولي أصبح انتقائياً، وحقوق الإنسان لها محددات تتوقف عند الحدود وباختلاف الأعراق والأديان، وهي رسالة خطيرة وعواقبها ستكون وخيمة. واليوم في الشرق الأوسط الذي بات مسرحاً للحروب يعلو صوت الحق في الأردن منادياً بوقف الاقتتال وتعظيم مساحات الحوار في الأزمات، فكان هذا البلد الصغير بحجمه كبيراً بالمبادرات والمواقف التي يعبر عنها، فتصدى لقوى التطرف والإرهاب ووقف بجانب عدالة حقوق الفلسطينيين ومع جميع القضايا العادلة في العالم. وكان بلدي وبكل فخر صوتاً للمنطق في زمن الفوضى، وتصدى الملك عبد الله لكل محاولات تهجير مسيحيي الشرق بعد أن تلاقى مخطط الظلام مع أوهام بعض قوى الإقليم، فكانت المقدسات بمساجدها وكنائسها في القدس تتلاقى بالمحبة والسلام في ظل الوصاية الهاشمية عليها، والتي حافظت على هوية مدينة الرسل والأنبياء. السيدات والسادة، وبالحديث عن الأردن وعن مضامين اجتماعنا نحو التنمية والعدالة الاجتماعية، فإن لدى بلدي استراتيجية وطنية للحماية الاجتماعية للعام 2025-2033، وتحظى بدعم ومتابعة ملكية في إطار السعي لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة. يلفت الانتباه حديث الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة عن الحاجة لعقد اجتماعي جديد يضمن زيادة المشاركة في صناعة القرار من قبل النساء والشباب. وهنا دعوني أقدم لكم نموذجاً متطوراً يعكس حالة الوعي العميق التي ينتهجها الأردن، حيث نسير بتحديث للمسارات السياسية والاقتصادية والإدارية. وقد تم تعديل قانون الانتخاب والأحزاب بوصفها ناظمة للعمل السياسي، الأمر الذي جعل المرأة والشباب من تحقيق تمثيل واسع في البرلمان. والمشهد ماثل أمامكم يا سادة، فأنا امرأة أترأس وفد بلادي البرلماني، وحجزت مقعدي ضمن القوائم الحزبية بالتنافس على مستوى البلاد. إن هذه الفكرة جزء من كل متكامل لشكل العقد الاجتماعي في الأردن، كنموذج لشكل العقود الاجتماعية في الأنظمة الملكية التي برهنت بالتراضي والتوافق استقراراً وتطوراً في منطقة الشرق الأوسط المضطرب. أصحاب السعادة، إن خطوط مثلث التنمية المستدامة المتمثلة.
Your time is up.
Sorry, madam.
Please wind up. Your time is up.
Okay. إن خطوط مثلث التنمية المستدامة المتمثلة بالجانب الاقتصادي والاجتماعي وحماية البيئة تبدو خطوطا متباعدة ومتكسرة في عالم يقدم التسلح على التنمية ويفتح المجال أمام ابتلاع الليبرالية لمزيد من حقوق المجتمعات ويلغي دور الحكومات ومسؤولياتها الوقائية لحماية الطبقتين.
Thank you. Appreciate your time is up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dear colleagues, at this stage, I will give the floor to Ambassador Ada Philip to make an announcement.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and good afternoon, everyone. We really apologize for the delay. All of our titulars, the President of the Assembly, the President of the IPU, the Secretary General, are delayed in a meeting next door with the head of state. And I'm afraid we have tried, but we have no way to actually communicate with them at this point. They are aware that the vote is supposed to take place now, a bit earlier. In response to one of the questions that we are getting on the WhatsApp, unfortunately, we cannot postpone the vote because according to our schedule, tomorrow morning we will have the debate, and then in the afternoon, the drafting committee will finalize the resolution. So we really thank you all for your patience, and I want to assure you that we're doing our best to get them out of that meeting and into this room. Thank you.
So with that announcement, we continue. The next speaker will be the speaker from Adora.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs parlementaires, le développement social et la justice sociale sont parmi les défis les plus importants auxquels nous devrons faire face dans les années à venir. Assurer la cohésion sociale dans un monde de plus en plus polarisé et fragmenté dépendra de la capacité des pays et de leurs parlements à coopérer et à trouver des accords en faveur du bien-être des citoyens. La cohésion sociale est le ciment qui unit nos communautés. C'est elle qui nous permet de dépasser nos divisions, de renforcer un sentiment d'appartenance commune et de bâtir ensemble un avenir meilleur. Elle constitue aussi la base essentielle pour atteindre des autres objectifs collectifs. En effet, il ne suffit pas de favoriser la croissance économique et le développement durable si, parallèlement, nous ne garantissons pas chacun l'accès aux besoins fondamentaux et des conditions de vie dignes. En Andorre, le Conseil général et le gouvernement ont toujours placé la cohésion sociale au cœur de leurs priorités. Tout récemment, nous avons adopté la loi sur la croissance durable et les droits au logement. Son objectif est de garantir à tous un accès à un logement digne, conformément à notre Constitution. Cette mesure intervient dans un contexte où la croissance économique et l'arrivée d'investissements étrangers ont rendu les logements moins accessibles pour une grande partie de la population. Dans ce cadre, le Conseil général a mis en place une commission parlementaire chargée à définir l'Andorre du futur. Son travail consiste à promouvoir un développement durable en veillant à ce que la population ait accès aux services essentiels. Santé, éducation, infrastructures, sécurité et aide sociale. Les conclusions de ces travaux seront présentées en séance plénière au début du mois de juin. Cette initiative n'est qu'un exemple parmi des autres des actions menées pour préserver et renforcer la cohésion sociale en Andorre, en plaçant les droits des citoyens au-dessus des intérêts économiques du marché immobilier. Assurer cette cohésion sociale est une tâche complexe qui exige une approche multisectorielle. Il faut d'abord garantir à chacun les ressources minimales pour vivre dignement. C'est pourquoi nous avons adopté des mesures encourageant le gouvernement à fixer les salaires minimums à 60% du salaire moyen. Par ailleurs, l'intégration sociale passait aussi par l'éducation. domaine auquel nous consacrons des importants moyens financiers et humains. L'Andorre dispose de 3 systèmes éducatifs publics de grande qualité, reconnus et appréciés par la population, qui sont une véritable source de fierté nationale. Mesdames et Messieurs, nous traversons une période d'incertitude qui met à la preuve nos institutions démocratiques, construites au fil des décennies. Il appartient au Parlement et à nous, les parlementaires, de veiller à ce que ces fondations restent solides. Pour cela, nous devons avant tout renforcer la cohésion sociale afin de garantir aux citoyens une réelle égalité d'échange. Car une société unie est une société plus juste, plus prospère et plus pacifique. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Adora. Mozambique, you have the floor.
Senhora Presidente, senhores presidentes dos parlamentos, senhores deputados, excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. É com grande honra que, em nome da Presidente da Assembleia da República de Moçambique, Sua Excelência Margarida Damugita Lapa, me dirijo a Vossas Excelências nesta magna Assembleia para refletir sobre o tema crucial desta sessão, ação parlamentar em prol do desenvolvimento social e justiça. Agradecemos ao povo e ao Parlamento da República de Uzbekistan pela calorosa e excelente hospitalidade de que temos sido alvo desde a nossa chegada a Tashkent, essa belíssima capital do vosso país. O povo moçambicano e o povo uzbeque têm relações históricas de amizade e solidariedade desde os tempos da nossa luta de libertação nacional. Guardamos no coração o apoio inefectível que nos deram na nossa luta pela independência. Senhora Presidente, Moçambique considera de grande importância o tema desta sessão. Nós, os parlamentares, temos um papel crucial a desempenhar no desenvolvimento sustentável das nossas nações. Cabe-nos o dever sagrado de defender os direitos dos cidadãos e trazer à fruição a justiça social através de criação de leis que promovam o bem comum, que se traduz na paz, desenvolvimento e bem-estar dos nossos povos. Nesse contexto, é nosso entendimento que o desenvolvimento sustentável é multidimensional e consubstancia, acima de tudo, a dimensão de justiça e de equidade. É por isso imperativo que eduquemos os nossos cidadãos sobre a necessidade do desenvolvimento sustentável e da sua participação ativa na construção de um mundo saudável, justo e equilibrado. No quadro dessa luta coletiva, impõe-se que os nossos esforços estejam concentrados na implementação e financiamento da Agenda 2030, que contém Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. É uma agenda que visa acabar com a pobreza, construir sociedades pacíficas e promover a prosperidade e o bem-estar da pessoa humana dentro dos países e entre as nações, sem deixar ninguém atrás. Excelências, em Moçambique estamos conscientes da complexidade dos desafios que enfrentamos no caminho para o desenvolvimento sustentável. Celebramos em 2025
50 anos da proclamação da nossa independência, da conquista da nossa soberania. É também o ano em que as Nações Unidas completam 80 anos da sua criação. Esta é uma organização que trouxe novas leis e novos princípios de convivência entre países e Estados. A Carta definiu a cooperação internacional.
Can you wind up? Your time is up.
Como dos
Your time
objetivos.
is up. You can wind up. Wind up. Time is up.
Como dos objetivos centrais da organização na solução dos problemas do mundo. E muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mozambique. Dear colleagues, we conclude the general debate. We'll continue tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
-inf1-rev, which has already been distributed and are as follows. So, we have the first item that we have on the agenda, which I believe you all have the 4, so instead of going through all of them, we are going to go straight to the should we do first the standing committee first? Colleagues, I would like now to take this opportunity, now that you are looking at the items, the 4 items, I'll take you to the report on the deliberations of the Assembly Steering Committee, which is bestowed with powers to look at the items when they are submitted to the Secretariat. Before I give the floor to the Secretary General to explain further the proposals we have received, I would like briefly to highlight the role of the Assembly Steering Committee, which is to provide you with an opinion on the admissibility of the proposals received. So it is an opinion. This opinion, colleagues, is provided to the Assembly before it takes a decision on the inclusion of an emergency item in accordance with the Assembly Rule number 12. I am highlighting the role of the Steering Committee in view of your calls at the last Assembly, I'm sure most of you will remember, to improve transparency around the process of the emergency items. The Steering Committee met twice to consider the proposal on 6th and 7th April. On 6th April, the committee had before it 4 emergency item proposals and proceeded to review each in accordance with Assembly Rule number 11. Our aim was to ensure that all proposals met the principle and the spirit of Rule 11.2 that states the inclusion of an emergency item must relate to a recent major situation of international concern. The first proposal before us was from Chile, and the committee agreed that the proposal met the criteria of Rule 11.2a. The committee spent some time deliberating the proposal from Thailand and the proposal from Seychelles, supported by the Arab and Africa groups. We felt that while there were elements of both proposals that met the criteria of Rule number 11.2a, the focus of the resolutions could be further refined to align with the spirit of an emergency item. Therefore, the proponents of both proposals were invited to revisit their respective proposals with a view to aligning them with the spirit of Rule 11.2a, that an emergency item must relate to a recent major situation of international concern. The committee was unable to consider the fourth proposal from Israel as it was incomplete at the time. The committee met again this morning on 7th of April and had before it a revised proposal from Thailand and a revised proposal from Seychelles with the support from the Arab and Africa groups, as well as the completed proposal from Israel. The first proposal before us was on Myanmar, and the committee agreed that a substantial rewrite of the draft resolution had been done. It highlighted the grave humanitarian situation in the aftermath of the earthquake and the urgent need for aid to the people of Myanmar. It was agreed that the resolution met the criteria of an emergency item. Moving on to the proposal from the Seychelles, with the support of the Arab and African groups, the steering committee noted the revisions made to the text. Yet, the scope of the proposal was still very broad, covering 4 different items. We especially debated the idea that each topic in the proposal merited to be put forward as an item in its own right. However, as per our rules of procedure, as long as the proposal is not withdrawn by the proponents, it stands as it was put forward. Finally, the committee considered the proposal from Israel and, having received an explanatory memorandum, we agreed the submission was complete. The committee also noted that the language contained in the 2 of the proposals was not aligned with the IPU guidelines to manage the use of abusive language at IPU meetings. I remind you that we define abusive language as defamatory, intolerant, racist, or xenophobic language or expressions that incite hatred. The committee and myself sincerely and strongly encourage all delegations to foster productive exchanges within our organization and urge all participants to remain conscious of employing language that promotes respectful dialogue, mutual respect, and a culture of listening and compromise for the greater good, in line with the organization's core values, mission, and vision. Colleagues, having said that, I will now give the floor to the Secretary General to inform the Assembly about the current situation with regard to the different requests that have been submitted. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I join you in apologizing for the delay in starting this session of the Assembly. Due to circumstances beyond our control, we are indeed very sorry. And I want to use the opportunity now to give you the state of play as we know it now. At the start of this session, we had received, as the President has just said, we had received 4 proposals from different authors for an emergency item on the agenda of the IPU. And we have, as the Secretariat, been able to ascertain that those 4 proposals have been submitted according to the procedure that is provided for in the Assembly rules. The 4 proposals have been published and I believe have been circulated to all of you. And let me just indicate, maybe I will read out the proposals, the 4 proposals, Madam President. We have, and that the list you have in front of you contains the proposals in the order in which we received them in the Secretariat. So the first one we received was from Chile and Peru, advancing global economic cooperation, reducing tariffs and combating protectionism. So that is the first one. The second one is from Indonesia.
Just Philippines and Thailand.
Okay, Indonesia no longer there. Okay, I understand that this item is now being sponsored by Philippines and Thailand, and it reads, parliamentary diplomacy to promote peace and address the humanitarian situation or crisis in Myanmar. The third one in that sequence is being sponsored by the Seychelles, Zimbabwe, Jordan, and Egypt with the support of the Arab group and the African group. The need for urgent action on the recent violation of the ceasefire agreement by Israel in Palestine, the escalating conflicts in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Sudan, and the compounding effects of global warming. The fourth and last proposal we received is from the delegation of Israel. It reads, ending the double standard, calling on the international community to accept refugees from Gaza instead of exploiting them to attack Israel. Madam President, those are the 4 proposals that have been tabled before the Assembly. And you may now wish to invite the Assembly to go on and consider those 4 proposals in the order in which they have been received. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, our rules allow for 1 emergency item to be added to the agenda. The Assembly will therefore consider each request and vote on each one. In order to be taken into consideration, a request must receive 2/3 majority of the votes. Moreover, the request that has obtained both the majority and the highest number of positive votes will be added to the agenda. However, colleagues, in order to allow the Assembly to examine a broader range of pressing issues and at the suggestion of the Executive Committee, provision has been made for the 150th Assembly to potentially debate and adopt a resolution on a second emergency item proposal, provided the second placed proposal obtains the required 2/3. The proponents of these emergency items. I have been informed, who is it? Belgium. And Zimbabwe. Okay, so we have two hands, sorry.
The Netherlands.
On our right, who has raised them there? Iraq. Okay. Thank you, Iraq. We have seen you. Okay. So, colleagues, I have 4 requests. So I'm going to give the floor to the 4 colleagues, and then we will proceed. So let's begin with Belgium, followed by Zimbabwe. Netherlands will follow. Belgium, please, you have the floor.
Thank Nigeria was ignored. Thank you, Mrs. President. Nigeria raised her hand. Please put us on the list.
Okay, sorry. Nigeria also requested the floor. Okay. Okay, Belgium, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. President. Dear colleagues, what's happening now is quite strange, if I can say. We had to read the following amendment in the documents of the Assembly under the point 3 emergency item, rules of the Assembly, Rule 14 and Rule 15.3. And there is suggested delete these rules and replace with a new rule, 11.2 bis, as follows. The steering committee shall give its opinion on the admissibility of proposals and propose on an ad hoc procedure for the overall emergency item process for approval by the Assembly. And if you read the justification at the end, there is mentioned or written, as for the adoption of a second emergency item proposal, the Executive Committee agreed that on an experimentary basis, should the second proposal receive the required 2/3 majority, it could be included in the Assembly timetable for a debate and resolution on the subject in question. This approach will be tried at the 150th Assembly without an amendment to statutes and rules. If successful, the practice could then be enshrined in the Assembly rules through an amendment. Dear colleagues, I don't know whether you have trials or experiments in your parliaments or a bureau or an executive committee which can decide to run such experiments. In my country, this is not possible. If you want to change a fundamental rule, which means the Constitution, for example, or special laws, you need a 2/3 majority. And the IPU is also a constitution. The statutes and the rules are like a constitution in a country. And you, Mr. President, visited us our 12+ meeting and promised to check whether there is a window in the statutes or not. But fortunately or unfortunately, you didn't come back to us and you didn't report to us. I hope you are listening to me, Mrs. President, but because this is quite...
I am listening to you, Belgium. Please go ahead.
But you didn't come back with a report. So what I have done, together with my colleagues of the 12+, we checked some rules. And what is written about changing the statutes and rules, if you go to Article 30, first of all, any proposal to amend the statutes shall be submitted in writing to the IPU Secretariat at least 3 months before the meeting of the Assembly. Third, the Assembly shall decide on such proposals by 2/3 majority vote. And that's just by coincidence the same what we have, for example, in Belgium. If you want to change the constitution or if you want to change that kind of special law or rule, you need a 2/3 majority. And however, this organization prefers to change the procedure via its executive committee, where there are, in total here we are at 800 MPs, and now 15 of them, it means the ExCom members can decide to run trials without any vote. On the other hand, the IPU is organizing capacity building regarding parliamentary democracy all over the world. And what you try to teach to all over the world, we are now not using the same rules. And I knew, and there is also...
Belgium, please, I'm going to request you to please,
Madam,
in 1 minute, conclude, please.
No. Sorry, Madam President, this point is so important that...
It's very important, but like we started from the...
This point is so important. This is about democracy, Mrs. President.
Yes, I didn't cut you short. I said, I hadn't even finished the sentence. I'm not going to be able to afford give you an hour to explain. So I was trying to tell you, please conclude in a minute because I have a list of other requests who I suppose would like to address the same point. So unless we agree that we can give each one who has requested the floor 10 or 15 minutes, I'll give you. I don't have any issues because I'm the presiding officer. But I have to be considerate that the House needs to listen to all the people who have requested for the floor. So, Mr. Andres, 1 minute, please conclude your intervention. Thank you.
Okay, I will conclude my intention in 1 minute. First of all, there is an amendment. We have put a sub-amendment concerning this topic. This will be voted on Wednesday. And then it will be voted and has to be agreed with 2/3 majority. The statutes are quite clear. If you want to change something, you need this 2/3 majority. So you cannot change it just like that, just as a trial. And let's be honest, this is democracy. This is about what you are learning, the whole world, what is democracy, and then we will not use the rules of democracy in our own house. So I clearly against the proposal of the trial.
Okay. So now I had said I'll give the floor to Zimbabwe, followed by Netherlands, then Iraq. Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. On the same line with what Belgium has put forward, the existing statutes in terms of rule number 11, read together with number 12, indicate clearly that you deal with only one emergency item. The proposal for a second emergency item creates problems wherein the statutes have not been amended. They are simply proposals that have to be put before the Governing Council, and once the Governing Council has agreed to the amendments, including that we should have 2 emergency items, then the proposal that has been made now by the chair will hold fort. But as it is, I do not think that will be procedural and it will be, in fact, against the statutes as they exist now, before the amendments that are proposed to be placed before the Governing Council, I think, on Wednesday. I so submit, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Netherlands, followed by Iraq. Nigeria will follow.
Thank you very much, Madam President. In your introductory words to this point, I heard you say provisions have been made to make this experiment happen. I'm very sorry to say, but I think there is no legal basis for this experiment in the statutes and rules of the IPU. Let me quote Article 14 of the statutes of the IPU. Article 14, paragraph 2, I quote, "The Assembly may include one emergency item in its agenda," unquote. In rule number 11, paragraph 2, under B, I quote, "The Assembly may place only one emergency item on its agenda," unquote. So, Madam President, the statutes and rules are extremely clear. there is no possibility whatsoever to include more than only one emergency item in the agenda. You referred to rule number 15, paragraph 3, as a possibility to make this experiment happen. I'm afraid this is not the legal basis that is needed for this experiment, as this rule, 15, paragraph 3, only deals with the debate and the finalization of the emergency item during the assembly. This is not about putting an emergency item on the agenda. So I underline what Belgium and Zambia had said before, Zimbabwe, excuse me, had said before, this is not a way forward, this is not admissible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Iraq, followed by Nigeria.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. أنا أريد أن أقدم نقطة نظام على ما يتعلق بالبند الطارئ المقترح من إسرائيل، أنه بند طارئ يخالف القانون الدولي، وبالتالي كيف يمكن لبرلمانات العالم أن يوافقوا أو يطلب منهم التصويت على بند أو قرار ينتهك القانون الدولي وينتهك قواعد الإنسانية في الحروب، وفيها دعوة واضحة للاستمرار في قتل الأبرياء من الأطفال والنساء، واستهداف المستشفيات والمدارس، واستهداف الصحفيين والإعلاميين، واستهداف كل مقومات الحياة. إسرائيل ترتكب إبادة جماعية بكل معنى الكلمة، والآن تطلب إسرائيل لكي يصوت برلمانات العالم على الاستمرار في هذا القتل والإجرام. وتطلب لترسيخ شيء في القانون الدولي لا يمكن السماح به، وهو الترانسفير والجينوسايد. هل الترانسفير والتهجير يمكن أن يكون موضوعاً للتصويت؟ الشعب الفلسطيني يعيش على أرضه المحتلة بالقانون الدولي، بقرارات الأمم المتحدة. الفلسطينيون يعيشون على أرضهم. كيف تدعو إسرائيل لتهجيرهم من هذه الأراضي التي احتلتها؟ وكيف تسمع العالم مثل هذا الكلام؟
Iraq,
مجرد طرح هذا الكلام في هذا الموقف هو في الحقيقة انتهاك للقانون الدولي.
Iraq, please hold on. Colleagues, at this moment, according to the rules that we have, when an issue is presented as an emergency item, it is the responsibility of the Secretariat to receive it. After it has received it, I call the steering committee. The steering committee looks into the items that are submitted and then try to form an opinion about their admissibility. The steering committee does not make a decision. Rule number 12 reads, before taking a decision on a request for the inclusion of an emergency item, and after hearing the opinion of the steering committee on its admissibility, the Assembly, which is you, dear colleagues, shall hear a concise explanation from the sponsor and a statement from one speaker holding a contrary opinion, neither of whom shall enter into the substance of the matter. So, dear colleague from Iraq, at this stage, we wait until we dispose of the matter that has been raised by our colleagues here from Belgium, Zimbabwe, and Netherlands. Then, when Israel is given a chance to present here, a decision is made by way of your votes, colleagues. So it's not the steering committee that refuses an emergency item, but we meet in order to advise you on the opinion we have formed after we have received all those emergency items. So that said, I'm going to go to Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and most distinguished colleagues. The issues I wanted to look at have been well attended to by Netherlands, but the second issue has not been addressed by any member of this assembly. And that has to do with the proposal number 3. And I'm happy you mentioned issues that had to do with the steering committee looking at the admissibility or otherwise of such proposal. Madam President, let me read you number 3 again. It says, the need for urgent action on the recent violation of the ceasefire agreement by Israel in Palestine, one subject. Number 2, the escalating conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Sudan, subject 2. Number 3, and the compounding effect of global warming. Madam President, I wish to refer you to the rule of this Assembly, Rule 11, paragraph 2, sub C, and it reads as follows. The authors of 2 or more requests for the inclusion of an emergency item may combine their proposals to present a joint one, provided that each of the original proposals relate to the same subject. Madam President, under number 3, there are 3 subjects there. They are not related. I wonder how that was drafted, and there is not the position of African group, which Nigeria is a member of. If we want to talk about Palestine, it should be a subject on its own. If we want to talk about the escalating conflict in Democratic Republic of Congo or Sudan, that should be a subject of its own, especially with reference to the geographical location of these particular subject matters. And then compounding it with the effect of global warming makes it very ambiguous. So I want to say that the drafting of this number 3 proposition is not in line with the letters and spirit of Article 11, paragraph 2, subparagraph C. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, colleagues, because the other 3 colleagues who addressed the chair were speaking about the same thing. I'm going also to dispose of what Nigeria is talking about. Colleagues, when I was explaining initially, I explained to you what also the steering committee had talked about this particular proposal. And I said the committee spent some time deliberating the proposal from Thailand and the proposal from Seychelles, supported by Arab and African groups. We felt that while they were elements of both proposals that met the criteria of rule number 11.2a, the focus of the resolutions could be further refined to align with the spirit of an emergency item. The proponents of both proposals were invited to revisit their respective proposals with a view to aligning them with the spirit of Rule 11.2a, that an emergency item must relate to a recent major situation of the international concern. The committee was unable to consider, so what our Nigerian colleague is saying about item 3 were also the concerns of the steering committee, but as Rule 12 says, we cannot, as steering committee, say no to a particular proposal. When it is presented here by the proponent, it is at that point as the Assembly will now decide to a vote. As to how it has been combined together up to now, we wouldn't know really. The Arab group, the Africa group supporting Thailand and supporting Seychelles, this is what we have so far. So if there was any different opinion in the groupings, that we wouldn't know as the steering committee in the morning, but even now as the chair. But what I have is what was presented to us. I don't know, I don't want to say unfortunately, but I want to say that is what was presented to us. So if there are any changes, they will come after presentation here, and whoever is going to speak against, then a decision will be made by you colleagues. Now, I will go to the issues, to the issue that was raised by Belgium, but at the same time raised by Zimbabwe and Netherlands. Colleagues, I must say the concerns that you have raised in respect of what the rules provide at the moment, you're right and you're correct. The opinion, not of the chair, because I know one of the colleagues said, the chair said it because I am presiding, of which I agree. But this wasn't the decision of the chair. Like I read through, this issue was canvassed upon in the executive committee in October 2024. And after that, in December, when we were sending the convocation to you, it was also included in there. And then the Secretariat, I am reliably informed that the Secretariat did not hear anything from October, even to December, even to now when we are meeting here, when as President I go through, I visit the geopolitical groups, then it was raised in the, one of the geopolitical groups, which is the 12+. And like Mr. Andrew said, and he's correct, when I went there, this issue was raised, and I asked my colleague here, Ander, to reach out to the group and inform them the chronology of events. And I am reliably informed that she did so. So we didn't know that, you know, there was still a misunderstanding, as it has just been presented here, that the feedback was never given. Ander Phillips reached out, and I think maybe the information wasn't shared, but she reached out and she can confirm I am with her here. But irrespectively, colleagues, I think under the circumstances, much as this issue was canvassed in October in the executive committee in which all the geopolitical groups have representation, but also much as the convocation which was sent to all your parliaments was done in December. The concerns that have been raised by Belgium, by Zimbabwe, and Netherlands, and listening to them, but also seeing the House, how it's responding to the issue that has been proposed, that has been talked upon by them. I am under the impression that the House, irrespective of the fact that this proposal, the proposal to try and canvass on two issues was meant to consider the broader issues that we have in the world at the moment than concentrating on only one. I fully understand, and from the look of things, is that the Assembly is not interested in discussing two items. Am I correct? No, well, there are a few of you clapping, a few of you don't seem to clap. So like I said, this issue came up because we have at all times come to these assemblies. There is time we have never come up with any resolution, which is also okay because it's also a decision. But there are also cases where the Assembly has discussed the same issue over and over again, ignoring the other issues that happen elsewhere. But if the Assembly is uncomfortable with this, we will be ready as the leadership of IPU to withdraw this issue for now. It will be sent to you as required by the statutes, and because we still have the working group on the statute, it can still come to you at the appropriate time. But the idea of trial was coming before the change of status so that we see whether it is a possibility. It was not meant to usurp your powers, dear colleagues, dear Assembly of this IPU. It was meant to give broader issues to discuss. And as you know, we are 6 geopolitical groups. we face at times different issues, and some of them don't get the attention of the Assembly. I'll give 1 minute to the Secretary General, and we make a determination about this, then proceed to go to the issues that are at hand.
Madam,
Mr. Secretary General, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I think that we have to dispel any misunderstanding here. You may, as the Assembly, decide not to go along with the proposal that has been made by the Executive Committee. That's your prerogative. But it has to be on the basis of a clear understanding of the background and the status of that proposal. It has, I believe, to be clarified that we are not talking of amending the rules of the organization at this stage. So there is no proposal to change the legal framework of the IPU regarding the emergency item. So to all intents and purposes, you can go ahead and have your one emergency item adopted at this Assembly or none, as Madam President has said. But I think that the merit of this proposal was to help you to try out something that could provide a solution to a concern that you have expressed, that at some times we do not have other views or other issues being addressed by the IPU because you are constrained by just one emergency item. So, Madam President, I think you and your colleagues need to clarify this, that we are not talking of any legal amendments at this stage. We are just trying out an experiment. You have, the Executive Committee has tried out an experiment. If you don't want that experiment, that is something else. But it should not be on the basis of your understanding that the legal framework is being changed or being tampered with. Thank you.
That said, colleagues, I had said I'll give 1 minute to the Secretary General and then we make a determination. I think let's agree to leave this because we are also beyond time. So let's go to our process. We will no longer be having 2 items. We will have only 1. Okay? Yeah, fine. Good. So there we are. Let's go now to our, having clarified that, colleagues, I will now go to give the floor to one delegate from each delegation who has proposed an item. And if there is any, I will also give a chance. I will also give a chance to whoever is going to speak against the agenda. We will hear the sponsors of the items and any possible opponents in sequence. So before holding a single vote by roll call as per our rules. So just a reminder, speakers should refrain from going into substance as per Rule 12 of the issues involved. They will have a maximum of 3 minutes in which to state their case. So now we will go to the first one, Chile and Peru. Mr. Edwards, Chile. 3 minutes.
Madam President, honorable members of the IPU, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we stand at a critical juncture of global economic history. Stock markets across the world are plummeting as of now. What we're experiencing is nothing short of a financial crisis, and behind every index point lost lie jobs, livelihoods, and families are at risk. And I wonder how much poverty and suffering will follow these numbers when transferred to the real economy. That is why I call upon you, my colleagues, to reflect deeply upon the consequences of unilateral and retaliatory tariffs. Protectionism may seem like a shield, but in reality, it is a weapon that too often harms those it claims to defend. Some may believe that this economic downturn, due to these tariffs, will be brief, but history teaches us otherwise. Just one example, let us recall the so-called chicken war of the 60s, a dispute between the US and primarily West Germany over poultry exports that led to the chicken tax on imported light trucks. The effects of those taxes lingered for decades. Let me offer another example. In 2018, an administration imposed tariffs on imported washing machines. Predictably, the price of the imports rose, but so did the local ones, as producers capitalized on reduced competition. What was the result? Consumers paid an additional $1.5 billion. The numbers of jobs created fewer than 2,000. That means that each new job costs consumers over $840,000 a year, a self-inflicted wound, as unnecessary as it was avoidable. Distinguished delegates, this is not just economic mismanagement. It is an abandonment of the very principles that have lifted over 1 billion people out of poverty since the 90s. Principles rooted in open markets, cooperation, and the free flow of goods and ideas. Protectionism does not provide a sustainable solution. It drives up prices, it feeds inflation, it fuels uncertainty, and increases the risk of global recession. Worst of all, it hits developing nations the hardest, widening inequality and deepening hardship. Let us instead reaffirm our commitment to a multilateral trade system, one that is transparent, fair, and inclusive. A system that does not pit against a nation against each other, but bring us together in mutual prosperity. I urge you to support the advancement of global economic cooperation,
Time is
to
up,
stand
Mr.
together
Edwards.
for tariff reduction, and speak out clearly and firmly against protectionism.
Mr. Edwards,
The moment
time
demands
is up.
courage, let us rise to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, is there any delegate that would like to go against that motion? I don't see any. Thank you very much. So I'm going to call now Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand. Whoever is chosen to do that.
Yes, this one.
Yes. Thailand is going to do on behalf of the rest. So Mr. Subsang, please, you have the floor. 3 minutes.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished colleagues, I have a secret to tell you. Before I enter into this room, I almost lost my strength because, very difficult to find supporter outside of this room. When I talk about Myanmar, people ask me, where's Myanmar? It has seemed to me like it's been forgotten for long. When talk about humanitarian crisis, very difficult and challenging. But after I enter this room, some people re-energize me. Brother and sister from African group, thank you. Asia Pacific group, some people supporting, thank you. And Arab group also energized me. Thank you so much. I understand that we live in a world where crises are multiplying. From conflict zone to natural disaster, no region has been spared, resources are overstretched. Therefore, attention is divided. We, the co-sponsor of this call, the Philippines and Thailand, we are the voices of the voiceless people. The people, they call themselves people of Myanmar. These people, they cannot be able to be here as official member at the IPU. They are observer. But we are the two nations in the ASEAN that we are echoing their voices. Colleagues, on 28th of March 2025, a magnitude 7.7 earthquake struck in Mandalay of Myanmar. It was a devastating blow. The disaster took the life of more than 3,300 people, injured over 4,500 people, and displaced over 51,000. More than that, 1.1 million people have been affected. Homes, schools, hospitals, and sacred places have collapsed. Families are now living in a temporary shelter with limited access to water, food, and basic care. However, the ground in Myanmar was already unsteady long before the earthquake struck. For years, Myanmar has facing humanitarian urgency. Years of instability, displacement, and insecurity have left over 15 million people in need of assistance. Can you imagine? Despite announcement of ceasefire after the earthquake, airstrike and bombardments have continued, particularly in areas most of needs of humanitarian access. Relief is too often delayed, restricted, or out of reach. This is what we call the humanitarian crisis on top of one. But this is precisely why we must not look away. The people of Myanmar are not asking for special treatment. They are asking to receive unhindered, equal, and timely humanitarian assistance. Like every crisis in the world needs, they need coordination that works, access that reaches, relief that heals. That's why I present this emergency item together with colleagues from the Philippines. Despite the outcome if that resolution will be adopted, we believe that bringing Myanmar's crisis to this assembly is already meaningful. You know why? Because the people of Myanmar
Your time
are
is
listening.
up.
There are
time
more
is
than
up.
50 million people listening to us here. I'm
Mr.
asking
Subsang?
not for more, but for humanity and humanitarians. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Do we have any, sorry?
Madam President, may I be recognized? Philippines, please.
Sorry, who is it?
Madam President.
Philippines, unless you are objecting, we don't provide for somebody who is, but you can't even be objecting. You are a member of this, so
I am
he
not
has spoken on
objecting.
your behalf.
Madam President, thank you very much. The Philippines
No, Philippines, hold on. I have recognized you. I didn't know what your issue is. You're part of the sponsors of this motion, and he has exhausted the 3 minutes, which are usually allocated. So unless you want to withdraw and say, I'm no longer part of it, I want to go against it, then I'll give you the floor. Are you going against the motion?
No, I am not against it. We are just going to support.
Then thank you very much if you're supporting. So colleagues, I'm going to now call on Ms. Ajagub from Jordan.
I'm here.
And they are going to share with Seychelles, but you have 3 minutes in total. You have 3 minutes in total. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يشرفني اليوم أن أقف أمام جمعيتكم الموقرة لأمثل المجموعتين الجيوسياسيتين الإفريقية ممثلة بسيشل وزيمبابوي، والمجموعة العربية ممثلة بالمملكة الأردنية الهاشمية وجمهورية مصر العربية في تقديم مقترح البند الطارئ. هذا المقترح الذي جاء نتاج توافق راسخ بين شعوب تتقاسم الألم ذاته، ألم الاحتلال وألم غياب العدالة وألم المناخ الذي لا يرحم الضعفاء. منذ أكثر من 76 عاماً والعدالة غائبة عن فلسطين، يستباح حق الشعب في تقرير مصيره تحت وطأة احتلال غير شرعي، في مشهد يكشف عن إخلال صارح بالقانون الدولي. ففي غزة اليوم نشهد إبادة جماعية، حصاراً يمنع الغذاء والدواء، وقصف يطال المدنيين والمستشفيات والمدارس، وتجويع ممنهج. إنه اعتداء لا يهدد فقط شعباً أعزل، بل يهدم ما تبقى من منظومة العدالة الدولية. ومن هذا المنبر تؤكد المجموعتين العربية والإفريقية رفضهما المطلق للتهجير القسري للفلسطينيين وتمسكهما بحقوقهما الثابتة في أراضيهم، وبإنهاء الاحتلال كشرط لا غنى عنه لتحقيق السلام والاستقرار. كما تستمر المعاناة في إفريقيا بقسوة كبيرة، فالسودان يواجه أزمة إنسانية متفاقمة ونزاعاً أهلياً مدمراً، بينما تشهد جمهورية الكونغو الديمقراطية صراعاً مسلحاً يعصف بحياة الملايين. الصراعات في هذه الدول لا تنفصل عن الواقع المناخي المتدهور، فالجفاف الممتد والفيضانات المفاجئة والتغيرات المناخية القاسية تضاعف انعدام الأمن الغذائي. في وجه كل هذا الألم ينهض التضامن بين إفريقيا والعالم العربي كحقيقة تاريخية وواقع نضالي مشترك. فلقد وقفت إفريقيا إلى جانب فلسطين منذ عقود، لأن قضايا الاحتلال ليست حكراً على شعب واحد، إنها معركة من أجل الكرامة الإنسانية والحرية. وبالتالي سأعطي الكلمة الآن إلى زميلي السيد ويفن ويليام ليتحدث باسم المجموعة الإفريقية.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, we do not present this proposal in search of comforting words, but to mobilize international cooperation in line with the IPU's fundamental principles and the goals of the 230 Sustainable Development Agenda, of which only 17% has been achieved. We call through this proposal for strengthening international parliamentary diplomacy to uphold multilateralism, peace and international security, enhancing climate response, and submitting more ambitious national contributions to limit global warming now that we have surpassed 1.5 degrees, compounding the vulnerabilities of the vulnerable, further notably the SIDS and conflicting war zones, scaling up international mediation efforts in Palestine, Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and working towards sustainable dialogue that encourage peace and justice, mobilize IPU resources to address crises in these countries.
Mr. Waven, time is up.
This proposal is not momentary action, but call to awaken the conscience of the global parliament community.
Thank you.
Madam President, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, do we have any opposer? None? Israel, you have 2 minutes to oppose.
Thank you, Madam President. This resolution is not about peace, it's political theater. Yes, there are tragic conflicts and... Madam President, I ask that you safeguard my right to respond. Madam President, just so you know, the parliament member from Algeria gave me the middle finger beforehand, and it seems like he was insulting me again. I think there should be consequences to this type of action in the IPU. This is not how parliament members around the world should look.
Israel, hold on. Hold on. Colleagues, it is your right to walk out, but please do not intimidate a delegate. Please. Let the delegate have the right like any of us have in the House. It's your right to walk out, but it is not your right to intimidate a delegate.
Thank you, Madam President.
Israel, are you, I don't know where you're seated, whether people have already left?
Yes.
Okay, please, you have the floor.
Madam President, this resolution is not about peace, it's political theater. Yes, there are tragic conflicts in Sudan and the Congo, and yes, there is a tragic war in Gaza. But this text was written with one purpose: to vilify Israel while whitewashing terror. Let's be brutally honest. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists stormed across our border at dawn. They butchered families in their homes. They shot children in front of their parents and parents in front of their children. They raped women besides the corpse of their friends. They burnt entire families alive, and they dragged 240 hostages, civilians, back into Gaza like trophies. That's why this war began. And today, 59 of those hostages are still being held in underground terror dungeons. You don't mention them, not a single word. You talk about a ceasefire. The ceasefire ended because Hamas refused to release more hostages. They broke it, not Israel. And now you dare to condemn us for trying to bring our people home. A resolution that ignores October 7th, ignores our hostages, and refuses to name Hamas as the enemy is not a call for peace. It is a moral failure. It is a stain on this institution. And let me be clear, Israel will never apologize for defending itself. Not now, not ever.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we now go to the fourth item, proposed emergency item, which will be presented by Mr. Eloise Israel.
Will you send the video to me in this number? No problem. The video you just did? Okay, no problem.
Madam President, Secretary General, colleagues, I rise today not just to present a resolution, but to issue an indictment. I accuse the international community of moral bankruptcy. I accuse governments around the world of weaponizing Palestinian suffering to attack Israel while abandoning the very people they claim to care about. You demand that Israel fight terrorists who hide behind civilians without a single civilian casualty, yet you refuse to lift a finger to remove those civilians from harm's way. You've closed your borders. You've slammed shut your gates. You trap Gaza's civilians inside a war zone, and then you dare to blame Israel for every casualty. October 7th was not a military operation. It was a massacre. Over 1,200 Israelis were butchered, burned, raped, executed in their homes. And as we speak, Israeli men are still being tortured in Hamas's underground dungeons. And yet, instead of isolating Hamas, instead of demanding justice, you isolate Israel. This resolution demands an end to the double standard. It calls on countries that welcomed refugees from Syria, from Ukraine, from Afghanistan to stop pretending Gaza is the one exception. If your country has a tradition of opening its doors to victims of war, why not civilians in Gaza? Why now the silence? Let me be clear, we understand and respect nations that consistently oppose large-scale refugee absorption. That is a sovereign decision. But we will not accept the hypocrisy of those who take in refugees from every other conflict except for this one, because doing so would deny them the political weapon of Palestinian suffering. Let's be honest, the refusal of regional states like Egypt and Jordan to take in even a single refugee from Gaza is not policy, it is strategy. Keep the civilians trapped, let the casualties mount, then go on TV and call Israel the criminal. And the world plays along. This is not humanitarianism, this is complicity. You are enabling Hamas. You are preserving their human shield strategy. You are protecting their war machine with your silence and inaction. Israel is fighting a war it did not start against monsters who hide behind women and children. We are doing what every responsible democracy must do, defend our people. But the international community must choose. Do you want to save lives, or do you just want to condemn Israel? This resolution does not ask the world to choose between Israel and the Palestinians. It asks the world to choose between hypocrisy and responsibility, between using civilians as political shields or saving them. Unfortunately, as I know, this resolution will not pass because of the hypocrisy of those who attack us. I actually want to ask to remove it from the agenda today and not bring it up for a vote, because unfortunately I know that the hypocrisy of the world will be here today also, and that there is no chance for this to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, Israel has withdrawn its motion, and so there will be no response as per our rules. Now, we have heard all the responses of the various items.
Excuse me, Madam President. It's not fair that someone...
Sorry. Who is it?
Madam President, please. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Hold on. I was asking who it is that requested the floor. Palestine, please.
Yes. It's not fair that someone go to the podium, say whatever he wants, and then nobody reply. This is not right. This is not fair.
Colleagues, I fully understand the issue that has been raised by our colleague from Palestine, but unfortunately the rules say so. So if we have a way of dealing with that, I think just like we decided on the first matter, maybe this also should form part of our future engagement so that we change our rules. I'm so sorry, my brother, that you feel that way, but those
Madam
are our
President,
rules.
this is Israel speaking. I just want to say for the record that I have no problem hearing a response. I believe in transparency, and I believe in listening to everyone's opinion. So for the record, I have no problem hearing a response.
No more.
Colleagues,
Madam President,
please, colleagues.
Point of order.
Colleagues, please.
Yes.
Who wants
Palestine, point of order. I'm not going to speak about this. I want point of order, please.
Okay, Palestine, point of order. What is it?
I'm going to speak in Arabic, so please use your headphones. سيدتي الرئيسة والزملاء الأعزاء، ما كنا نحذر منه منذ سنوات بأن المخططات الإسرائيلية والممارسات الفعلية لهذا الكيان العنصري تهدف إلى إفراغ الأرض من سكانها الأصليين أصبح اليوم مقترحاً يقدم على منصة الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. هذا المقترح الذي يطالب بتهجير الشعب الفلسطيني بالرغم من أن هذا الكيان قام بأعمال الإبادة الجماعية بحق الشعب الفلسطيني.
Palestine, hold on.
No, it's a point of order.
Hold on,
Madam President,
hold on.
I'm coming
on.
to the point of order.
Hold on, please.
Okay.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
Okay.
Madam President, every time we come here is Palestine and Israel. We didn't spend our nation's money to come here only to talk about Palestine and Israel. I have problem in Africa. We should also be given time to talk about our problem in Africa. Every time we come here is Israel and Palestine. We didn't spend money from our country to come here to talk about Israel and Palestine all the time.
Nigeria,
we have
please
problem
calm
in Africa
down.
and it should be addressed.
Nigeria, please.
This house should not be divided every time between Palestine and Israel. We also have problem in Africa.
Colleagues, please allow me to address the issue that was being raised by Palestine.
I didn't finish yet.
Sorry,
one sentence.
Palestine, I want to...
So that the point of order is good.
Palestine, you hadn't finished. I'm sorry I had to cut you short. It's because you're responding to something that has been withdrawn.
No.
When it is withdrawn, hold on. We have here just ruled about the fact that we are going to go with our rules. I've been advised that the rules say if an emergency item has been withdrawn, there is nobody who can speak against it because it doesn't exist. So the explanation you're giving is a response to something that has been withdrawn. And colleagues, I try to use the rules as they are, because if I do that, then it means next time somebody else brings a motion, I have to do the same. So
Madam
it is
President,
not a point of order because it is referring to something that doesn't exist.
In our rules, do we have anything, our rules and status, that the IPU can discuss the displacement of a nation from its own land? Is that the case in our rules and status? If yes, then shame on us all, because then we are going to discuss displacement of people.
Palestine, I hear you. I hear you and I sympathize with you. The problem is our rules as they stand now. I cannot give you the floor to respond to what does not exist. That's the only problem. So
I'm talking about rules and status of the IPU.
I'm sorry, I can't do anything else apart from that. And from what Nigeria, I think, just addressed us, but there's nothing that the chair would like to respond to. So, colleagues, we have had all the sponsors of the various items. We will now proceed to the roll call vote. I'm now going to ask the Secretary General to explain to us briefly the procedure.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. As I understand it, we now have 3 proposals before the Assembly. And according to the rules, and that's Rule 16.1 of the statutes, the Assembly shall vote by roll call, except when the decision before Assembly meets with no opposition. And the number of votes allocated to each delegation is to be found in document A/150/inf.2. I believe you all have access to that document here. And the number of votes indicated corresponds to the number of delegates announced. Delegations in arrears of more than 2 years of contributions are not entitled to vote under the provisions of Article 5.2 of the statutes and thus do not appear on the list. Please don't walk up to us and ask us why your country name is not on the list. It is because you may be owing more than 2 years in arrears. Then we have, in accordance with 15.1 of the statutes, only delegates physically present in the plenary at the moment of the vote can take part in the vote. The statutes provide that no single delegate can record more than 10 votes, and that's Article 15.3 of the statutes. This means that if a delegation is entitled to, for example, 21 or more votes, it will need the physical presence of at least 3 delegates in the room to cast its full entitlement of votes. To ensure that a variety or a diversity of views can be expressed through the vote, the statutes envisage the possibility of splitting the votes cast by a delegation on any given subject item, and I refer you to Article 15.3 of the statutes. If a delegation is entitled to a total of 15 votes, for example, it can register 6 votes in favor, 5 against, and 4 abstentions, or 10 in favor, 5 against. Vote splitting is not mandatory. The delegation may decide to cast all 15 of its votes for or against. We now have, as I said, 3 competing proposals for the emergency item. Instead of proceeding with a separate roll call on each of them, it is our practice to combine all votes into one round. For each of the 3 proposals in turn, one by one, please state how your delegation will cast the total number of votes to which it is entitled. So, Madam President, we hope this explanation is very clear regarding the voting procedure. If that's the case, Madam President, you may now want to invite my colleague, Ambassador Philip, to proceed with the roll call vote using the table that has been distributed. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'm going to ask Under Philip to lead us in this exercise. It will take some time, but I'm going to ask all delegations to be ready to announce their votes very clearly when the names are called, so that we have the actual votes that you delegates have voted. So, Under Philip, Ambassador Under Philip, you have the floor. Can the technician please put on the microphone? She's going to use the podium.
Okay, we have it going. Thank you, distinguished delegates, once again for your patience. Thank you to the interpreters for bearing with us. We realize it's very late and there are places that you need to get to this evening. We will try to conduct this as quickly as possible. The Secretary General has explained the voting procedure. I will be calling each one of the 3 proposals one by one, and for each proposal you will be asked to cast the full allocation of your votes. Please speak clearly into the microphone so I do not have to repeat for my colleagues, and as you know, we're having some difficulties with the sound system. So thank you for your help. We begin with Ukraine. Ukraine, you have 15 votes.
Yeah.
The proposal on tariffs, please.
All abstained.
Proposal on Myanmar.
15 in favor.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
All abstained.
Thank you. United Arab Emirates. United Arab Emirates, you have 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
مع 13 مع. With 13 with.
13 in favor. Proposal on Myanmar.
Abstain. Abstain.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
13 with.
In favor. Thank you. United Kingdom, 18 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
18 in favor.
Proposal on Myanmar.
18 in favour.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
18 against.
Thank you. Tanzania, you have 18 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
18 against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
18 against.
Conflict and global warming.
18 in favor.
Uruguay, you have 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
11 abstained.
Myanmar,
11 abstained.
conflict and global warming.
11 abstained.
Thank you. Uzbekistan, Vietnam, Zambia. Zambia, you have 14 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
14 against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
14 against.
Conflict and global warming.
14 for that one.
Zimbabwe.
In favor of the global warming. Thank you.
Zimbabwe, you have 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
No votes. No.
Against. Proposal on Myanmar.
No.
Conflict and global warming.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albania. Algeria, 16 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
16 contre.
Proposal on Myanmar.
16 contre.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
16 pour.
Thank you. Andorra, you have 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
10 points à faveur.
Proposal on Myanmar.
10 points à faveur.
Conflict and global warming.
5 points en contre, 5 points en abstention. Merci.
Thank you. Angola, 15 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
15 against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
Against.
Conflict and global warming.
15 in favor.
Thank you. Armenia, 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
11 abstain.
Proposal on Myanmar.
11 in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
7 in favor. 4 abstain.
Thank you. Australia, 14 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
4.
Proposal on Myanmar.
4.
Conflict and global warming.
Against.
Thank you. Austria, 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
12 votes in favor.
Proposal on Myanmar.
12 votes in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
12 votes against.
Thank you. Azerbaijan, 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs. Absent. Bahamas. Bahrain, you have 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
Against.
Conflict and global warming.
In favor.
Thank you. Belarus, you have 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
12 votes against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
12 votes against.
Conflict and global warming.
12 votes in favor.
Thank you. Belgium, 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
13 votes in favor.
Proposal on Myanmar.
13 votes in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
13 votes against.
Thank you. Bhutan. Bhutan, you have 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
10 votes abstain.
Proposal on Myanmar.
5 votes in favor, 5 abstain.
Conflict and global warming.
5 votes in favor, 5 abstain.
Thank you. Bosnia and Herzegovina, proposal on tariffs. Absent. Botswana. Botswana, 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Proposal on tariffs, 11 votes in favor.
Myanmar.
Abstain.
Conflict and global warming.
11 votes in favor.
Thank you. Brazil, 22 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
22 favor.
I'm told that there are 2 parliamentarians in the room. You have 20 votes. So 20 in favor.
Yes.
Proposal on Myanmar.
Abstention.
Conflict and global warming.
Abstention.
Thank you. Bulgaria, 10 votes. Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, you have 14 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
14 contre.
Proposal on Myanmar.
14 contre.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
14 pour.
Burundi, 1 MP, you have 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs. Abstention. Can you try your microphone again? 10 abstention. Okay, it's
Abstention.
working now. Myanmar.
Abstention.
Conflict and global warming.
Abstention.
Thank you. Cambodia, 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Abstain.
Proposal on Myanmar.
13 in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
Abstain.
Cameroon, 14 votes. Proposal on tariffs. Do we have Cameroon? Absent. Canada, 15 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
15 in favor.
Proposal on Myanmar.
15 in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
15 against.
Thank you. Chad, 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Abstain.
Proposal on Myanmar.
Abstain.
Conflict and global warming.
Abstain.
Thank you. Chile, 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
13 a favor.
Myanmar.
6 a favor, 6 en contra, una abstención.
Conflict and global warming.
6 a favor, 6 en contra, una abstención.
Thank you. China, 23 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
23 in favor.
Proposal on Myanmar.
15 in favor. 5 abstention. 3 against.
Conflict and global warming.
20 in favor. 3 abstention.
Thank you. Côte d'Ivoire, 15 votes. Proposal on tariffs. Absent. Croatia. Cyprus. Cyprus, 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs, please.
11 in favor.
Proposal on Myanmar.
11 in favor.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
11 abstain.
Thank you. Czechia, you have 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
13 votes in favor.
Myanmar.
13 votes in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
13 votes against.
Thank you. Democratic People's Republic of Korea, you have 14 votes absent. DRC, Democratic Republic of the Congo, 20 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Proposition sur les droits des douanes, abstention.
Proposal on Myanmar.
Abstention aussi.
Conflict and global warming.
20 points. 20 pour.
Thank you. C'est noté. Denmark, 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
12 votes against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
12 votes in favor.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
12 votes against.
Thank you. Djibouti, 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
11 points contre.
Myanmar,
11 points contre.
conflict and global warming.
11 points pour.
Thank you. Dominican Republic, 8 votes, absent. Ecuador, Egypt, 20 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
All votes against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
Against, all votes.
Conflict and global warming.
In favor, all votes.
Noted, thank you. Equatorial Guinea, 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Sí. Para el primer caso, 8 a favor y 3 abstenciones.
Proposal on Myanmar.
5 a favor y 6 abstenciones.
Conflict and global warming.
11 a favor.
Thank you. Estonia, you have 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
6 votes in favor, 5 votes against.
Myanmar,
11 votes in favor,
conflict and global warming.
11 votes against.
Thank you. Eswatini, 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs? No. Ethiopia, 20 votes. Proposal on tariffs. Fiji, 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
10 in favor.
Myanmar,
10 in favor.
conflict and global warming.
10 abstain.
Thank you. Finland, 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
12 against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
12 in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
12 against.
Thank you. France, 18 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
18 pour.
Myanmar.
18 pour.
Conflict and global warming.
9 abstentions, 9 contre.
Merci. Gambia, Georgia, Germany, 19 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
19 votes for it.
Proposal on Myanmar.
All votes for the proposal.
In favor. Proposal on conflict and global warming.
19 votes against.
Thank you. Ghana, Ghana, no. Greece, Guyana, Hungary. Hungary, you have 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
12 against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
12 in favor.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
8 against. 4 abstention.
8 against, 4 abstentions. Iceland, 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs, please.
10 for favor.
Proposal on Myanmar.
10 for favor.
Conflict and global warming.
5 for favor. 5 for abstain.
Thank you. India, Indonesia, 22 votes for Indonesia. Proposal on tariffs.
22 abstain.
Proposal on Myanmar.
22 abstain.
Conflict and global warming.
22 in favor.
Thank you. We go to Iran. Iran, you have 19 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
19 against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
19 against.
Conflict and global warming.
19 in favor.
Thank you. Iraq, 16 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Against.
Myanmar.
Against.
Conflict and global warming.
In favor.
Thank you. Ireland has 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs. I'm not sure the microphone is on.
Sorry, 12 for.
Myanmar.
12 for.
Conflict and global warming.
6 for, 6 abstain.
Thank you. Israel, you have 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Abstain.
Proposal on Myanmar.
12 for. 12 for.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
12 against.
Thank you. Italy, 17 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
In favor.
Myanmar.
Favor.
Conflict and global warming.
Against.
Japan, 20 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
20 in favor.
Myanmar.
20 in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
20 abstention.
Thank you. Jordan, 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Against.
Myanmar.
Against.
Conflict and global warming.
In favor.
Thank you. Kazakhstan has 14 votes. Kenya. Do we have Kenya? Kyrgyzstan. Laos. Latvia. Latvia, you have 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Latvia, 11 votes for, in favor.
Myanmar.
11 votes in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
11 votes against.
Thank you. We move to Libya. Lithuania, you have 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
6 in favor, 5 abstain.
Proposal on Myanmar.
11 in favor,
Conflict and global warming.
11 against.
Thank you. Luxembourg, 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
10 in favor.
Myanmar.
10 in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
10 against.
Malawi, 14 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
5 in favor. 9 against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
5 in favor. 9 against.
Conflict and global warming.
14 in favor.
Thank you. Malaysia, 15 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
15 in favor.
Myanmar.
15 vote in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
15 in favor.
Thank you. Maldives, 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
10 votes against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
10 votes against.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Malta, you have 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
10 votes in favor.
Proposal on Myanmar.
10 votes in favor.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
4 abstention. 6 in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mauritania, 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs. Not in the room. Mexico? Mexico has 20 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
20 votes, abstention.
Myanmar?
20 votes in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
20 votes, abstention.
Thank you. Monaco, 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
10 voix pour.
Proposal on Myanmar.
10 voix pour.
Conflict and global warming.
10 voix contre.
Merci. Mongolia, 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs. Montenegro, 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs. Morocco, 15 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
15 against.
Myanmar,
15 against.
conflict and global
15
warming.
votes in favor.
Thank you. Mozambique, 15 votes. 1 MP, 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
Against.
Conflict and global warming.
In favor.
Thank you. Namibia, 11 votes. Just a second. Our apologies, we need to repeat Mozambique. Can you repeat Mozambique, please, your votes on tariffs?
Against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
Against.
Conflict and global warming.
In favor.
Thank you. Yeah. Namibia, 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
11 against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
11 abstain.
Conflict and global warming.
11 in favor.
Thank you. Nepal, 14 votes. Proposal, no. Netherlands, 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
8 in favor, 5 against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
13 in favor,
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
13 against.
Noted, thank you. New Zealand, 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
12 votes in favour.
Myanmar,
12 votes in favour.
conflict and global warming.
12 votes against.
Thank you. Nigeria, 22 votes. Nigeria, proposal on tariffs.
On tariff, 22 vote abstain.
Proposal on Myanmar.
22 vote for.
Conflict and global warming.
22 vote against.
Thank you. Norway, 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
12 votes abstain.
Myanmar,
12 votes in favor.
conflict and global warming.
12 votes against.
Thank you. Oman, 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
12 votes against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
12 votes against.
Conflict and global warming.
12 votes in favor.
Thank you. Pakistan has 22 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
22 all against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
22 all against.
Conflict and global warming.
22 all in favor.
Thank you. Palestine, 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
All against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
All against.
Conflict and global warming.
All in favor.
Thank you. Paraguay, 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
12 votos, abstención.
Myanmar.
12 votos, abstención.
Conflict and global warming.
12 votos en contra.
Thank you. Peru, 15 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
A favor.
Myanmar,
A favor.
conflict and global warming.
A favor.
Thank you. Philippines, 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
10 votes abstain.
Myanmar,
10 votes for.
conflict and global warming.
10 votes abstain.
Thank you. Poland, 15 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
15 against.
Myanmar,
15 in favor.
conflict and global warming.
15 against.
Thank you. Portugal, 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
All votes in favor.
Myanmar,
All votes in favor.
conflict and global warming.
All votes against.
Okay, thank you. Qatar, 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Against.
Myanmar,
Against.
conflict and global warming.
In favor.
Thank you. Republic of Korea, you have 17 votes. Romania, 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
All vote in favor.
Myanmar,
All votes in favor.
conflict and global warming.
All votes against.
Thank you. Russian Federation, 20 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
20 votes against.
Myanmar,
20 abstentions.
conflict and global warming.
Of course, 20 in favor.
Thank you. Rwanda has 13 votes, but they're not in the room. San Marino, Sao Tome and Principe has 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
10 abstention.
Myanmar,
10 abstention.
conflict and global warming.
10 abstention.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia, 15 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
15 vote against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
15 vote against.
Conflict and global warming.
15 votes in favor.
Senegal, you have 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs. Absent. Serbia, Seychelles, 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
Against.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
In favor.
Okay. I'm now passing to the last half page. I just want to make a correction. I understand that from Portugal, there was only one MP. So those votes that were cast need to be assigned 10 votes. Okay. Somalia, 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Slovenia.
13 votes against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
13 votes against.
Conflict and global warming.
13 votes in favor.
Yeah. Apologies, Slovenia. Apologies, Slovenia. I went too fast. You have 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs, please.
11 votes in favor.
Myanmar.
11 votes in favor.
Conflict and global warming.
11 votes against.
Thank you. We go to South Africa with 18 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
Against.
Proposal on Myanmar.
Against.
Conflict and global warming.
In favor.
Thank you. South Sudan, 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs. South Sudan is absent. Spain, 10 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
In favor.
Proposal on Myanmar.
In favor.
conflict and global warming.
Against.
Thank you. Sri Lanka, 14 votes absent. Sweden, 13 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
13 votes abstain.
Myanmar,
13 votes in favor.
conflict and global warming.
13 votes against.
Thank you. Switzerland, 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
12 votes in favor.
Proposal on Myanmar.
12 votes in favor.
Proposal on conflict and global warming.
12 votes against.
Thank you. Tajikistan, Thailand, 18 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
All in favor.
Myanmar,
All in favor.
conflict and global warming.
All in favor.
Thank you. Timor-Leste, 11 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
11 vote in abstain.
Proposal on Myanmar,
11 vote in favor.
conflict and global warming.
11 votes abstain.
Thank you. Turkey, you have 19 votes. Proposal on tariffs.
19 votes against.
Proposal on Myanmar,
19 votes abstain.
conflict and global warming.
19 votes for Palestine favor.
Thank you. Turkmenistan, 12 votes. Proposal on tariffs. Do we have Turkmenistan in the room? It appears not. We move on to Uganda, 16 votes. Proposal on tariffs. Uganda's not here, no? No. Okay, so with this, we've come to the end of the list. I need to ask if all the delegations have voted. It appears, Madam President, that all the delegations have voted, and you may wish to declare the vote closed.
Colleagues, the vote is closed, and I am now going to request for the results, and then announce to you the results that we have gotten.
Where's Nora? When did we meet tomorrow? If there's an emergency item, 9:30.
Let me look on the app.
Just check the timetable.
Dear colleagues, we have now the results from the Secretariat. The results of the Assembly vote. Subject: advancing global economic cooperation, reducing tariffs and combating protectionism, sponsored by Chile and Peru. Positive votes 482, negative votes 460, abstentions 255, total of yes and no votes 942, two-thirds of the vote cast 628, specified majority two-thirds, whether it is attained or not. It has not attained the majority, it's a no. Results of the Assembly vote. Subject: parliamentary diplomacy to promote peace and address humanitarian crisis in Myanmar, sponsored by Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand. Positive votes 630, negative votes 380, negative votes 358, abstentions 209, total of yes and no votes 988, two-thirds of the votes cast 659, specified majority two-thirds, whether it is attained or not. It has not attained the specified majority. Results of the Assembly vote. Subject: the need for urgent action on the recent violation of the ceasefire agreement by Israel and in Palestine, the escalating conflicts in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Sudan, and the compounding effects of global warming, Seychelles, Zimbabwe, sponsored by Seychelles, Zimbabwe, Jordan, and Egypt, with the support of the Arab group and the African group. The number of positive votes, 584. Negative votes, 393. Abstentions, 220. Total of yes and no votes, 977. Two-thirds of the votes cast, 651. Specified majority, two-thirds, whether it is attained or not. It has not attained the majority. So, colleagues, the three emergency items which were received from the sponsors, who are our delegates here, and the votes that have been cast now, there is none of the emergency items that will be discussed tomorrow.
So we resume the general debate.
Colleagues, that said, we will then go ahead and say, because we have no emergency item to discuss tomorrow because none has attained the two-thirds majority, we are going to begin tomorrow on 8th. We will begin our general debate at 9 a.m. So I'm going to invite all of you colleagues to be here by 9 a.m. to continue with our debate. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.